All right. You're all here after much preparation. Welcome. The first episode of Shattered Skies, a Lancer campaign. These wonderful folks here. A setting for Midland. Across the Orion arm of the galaxy, Union's reach is wide. From the frontier of the Dawnline shore to the harrowing unknown of Boundary Garden, humanity has pushed at the edges of space. A radiance of life spews forth towards these new sectors, and with it is Union's attention. The eyes of the Grey Keeper of humanity are often drawn to these distant worlds to ensure their prosperity, to solidify their utopian pillars, and to safeguard against power grabs from Union's more pestering member states. But the body of Union does not come from the new planets ripe for settlement, but from the long-established societies dashed across it. Worlds that have known the guiding touch of Union for hundreds of years, and where billions reside. These systems and these places where the fuel, material, and humanity for the missions on the bleeding edge come from, they are the powerhouses of Union. These worlds, both core and diasporan, are seldom the target of Union's focused gaze. Often self-sufficient and managed by a back office, rather than Union's more proactive powers. This is where our story is, here in the Midland archipelago, an oft-forgotten sector of old Union. It straddles the space between the Himalaya and Atlas blink gate lines, and the Midland archipelago is a string of worlds anchored at each end by these stations, Yangra and Kanchenjunga Station. Through the swells and retractions of Union, Midland has persisted, though always changing and adapting to survive. The blink-adjacent edges of Midland are still flush with the material and cultural riches of Union core space, while some systems that bridge that gap have only passingly felt Union's presence. A breadth of humanity is present in Union. Utopian core worlds, planets still in development, and societies in infancy growing from the ashes of their predecessors. But one thing ties Midland together with the distances of space to be damned. Midland will persist. Through passing wars, through new Union mandates, Midland will persist. Empires and societies across Union may rise and fall, but the Midland archipelago remains as a quiet reminder of humanity's tenacity for survival. This is where our story takes place. Our story begins on the night of New Year's Eve, 5015 U, which stands for Union Time. Our group here sits in a gloomy corner of the EMH Sequoia. It's a Starliner vessel that has left Yangra Station 2 days prior. En route from Yangra to Fargrave, in an in-system moon overseen by Harrison Armory, the Sequoia still has many days left on its transfer orbit. It is under the command of Edistroa Material Handling, a subsidiary of IPSN. Known by the moniker EMH, its ships are often for cargo and salvage. However, the Sequoia is one of a handful of pilot project Starliners to transport travelers instead of goods. The 6 of you sit in a common dormitory space in the rear deck, 3rd class. You are all housed together alongside 12 other passengers, several of whom play a game of Terraform together on the large slate in the room. The rest of your temporary neighbors have gone to the observation deck, where the gunnery crew, often bored and inactive in this guarded shipping lane, have promised a show of luminescent-controlled explosives off the starboard bow at midnight to celebrate the evening. A robotic subaltern goes from spot to spot in the room, pouring drinks for the passengers. Its wheels grind against the metal subflooring, piercing the otherwise quiet of this space, despite the activity in the hall. As it goes around to the room, why don't each of us introduce our characters and describe how they look, their mannerisms, and just a quick overview of each person. Let's start with Gaius.
So Gaius Agathon is sitting in the corner with medium length, curly brown hair, kind of a scraggly beard on his face, pale skin. It's kind of hardened, tough look to his face just from all the work he's been doing on space stations and being a mechanic. He's just kind of sitting there, arms crossed, just kind of looking around the room, mostly just taking everything in, keeping it to himself.
All right. As a subaltern comes over to you to pour a drink, do you accept one or?
Yeah, I take a drink.
All right. Next, we'll go to Gretchen.
Gretchen is a middle-aged woman, just shy of shoulder length-ish red hair. She sits quietly at a table, kind of contemplating some things to herself. As she sits, her hands kind of cover her face, very clean, keeping herself in a nice order. On her one arm, there's a small patch of mechanical assemblance, I guess, where ports for different computers could be plugged in directly to her body. She observes everybody who's in the room and doesn't really interact unless truly needed to, or if there's something that she could participate in conversation, at least at this time. I'm still getting to know her dorm mates, at least those who she hasn't associated much with before. And occasionally she would mutter something to herself, but whether that's her to herself or something else, it's yet to be seen.
All right. And as a subaltern grinds over to your spot as well, do you wish to take a drink?
Yeah, she would take a drink.
All right. Next, we'll roll over to Julian.
Julian Thorne. He's a former Harrison Armory's acquisition team member. He kind of a 1,000-yard stare, slightly unkempt mustache, curly black hair.
All right. How would he react to the subaltern coming to offer a drink? Would he accept?
He wouldn't drink. No.
All right. The autonomous drone turns and moves over to Claudia.
Okay. Claudia Yano Tanak Alarcon. She's fairly young, has dark hair, is kind of quiet, stern, tends to stick to herself even in situations like this, but will participate in light conversation as she's not really familiar with too many people right now.
All right. And did you say she would take a drink or no?
She would.
Okay. Then the subaltern will roll over to Byron.
Byron is sitting at a table, sharing a table with Elliot. He's wearing a mask to protect his face from the damages that he sustained during his accident. He and Elliot are chatting and having a good time together, drinking some beers. And when the bot rolls over, Byron gladly accepts another drink.
All right. And likewise, Elliot.
Elliot Caldwell. He's late 20s, tan skin, relatively wiry build, I would say. Kind of tall, very chipper kind of individual who's definitely been swinging back a couple with Byron right now. And he would take 2 drinks. One for now, one for later.
The subaltern halts for a moment and has to reload the dispenser capsule as it pours a second drink for you. Just making sure we got everybody. Yep. The drone returns to the back of the room. Through the thick glass walls separating this dormitory lobby from the hallway, dozens of passengers can be seen shuffling in excited impatience of the show on the observation deck. The subaltern creaks as it fills a metal pint glass held by Victor Petrella, the ship's engine specialist. He continues to regale all of you a story you could swear he's told 20 times since you left Yangra Station. Also to note, earlier I said that we left Yangra Station 2 days ago. That's not just 2 weeks. Just for context. Going back to Victor. And that was all before they started retrofitting these rigs for passengers. Totally different ball game now. Victor jumps and turns to the subaltern, which has stalled and is overflowing his glass and flowing down the side of the bar. He quickly opens his slate and commands the unit to shut down. The room kind of humorously turns his attention to him, the other passengers that share this space, quietly chuckling. He wipes the beer from his sleeve as he stares at his slate for a moment longer, his jovial face from the story he was telling kind of melting into one of a suppressed concern. He closes the slate, puts it away in his jumpsuit, looks back up to the room, whose attention is mostly moved on. A moment briefly passes, and a message comes across all of your slates simultaneously. As you open them up, you see it's a forwarded message from Victor, from the local net in the room, not going out across the wider net on the ship itself. It's a message from the captain, asking that he and those that he trusts in the room come meet her for the show at midnight, early on the observation deck, as soon as possible. You see Victor kind of look up, having known this group for a few days now, getting to know you and being in the same dormitory, looks to each member of this squad, kind of gives a silent nod, a look of slight concern on his face, as he stands up. Would any of you like to accompany me to the observation deck, see if we can get a good seat?
Better beat the crowd. I'm in.
Okay.
I think I would like to travel along as well. That sounds like quite a fine time.
Indeed. I'll join you.
Might as well see what we've got.
Guys just grabs his drink and gets up and starts walking with everyone.
Is the beer bot coming with?
Beerbot stays in the room.
Elliot would be displeased.
2 drinks isn't enough?
Yeah, you have 2 right now, by the way. You're walking down the hall.
He'd tuck one into one of his top pockets. Are they both pints or are they bottles?
They're pints.
He would
Yeah, they're in these metal.
He
They're
would
in,
take
like,
a big
metal
gulp
pints.
from the second one and still tuck it in a pocket.
Tucked in a pocket, still kind of like balancing precariously in that pocket as you move down the hall. As you walk out into the hall, Victor closes the glass sliding lock between the dormitory and the main hall. You make your way down towards the observation deck of the ship. The Sequoia is a massive, former hauler, now starliner, reaching about a half kilometer in length from bow to stern. As you move down this narrow passageway, other passengers crowding in, and the lull of this crowd washing over the conversation, Victor will turn back to Claudia, who will be the closest person up front with him. Being a deputized member of the security staff at this time, will turn to her, and kind of the whole party, but mainly through her. I forwarded it all to you, but it's not often I get a message like this. It's not on the main net, locally sent. Something's got to be up.
I agree. We should keep an eye out.
As you all arrive at the observation deck, the crowd thins, filling into the room, the pressure of the hallway kind of allowing the crowd to disperse. At the far end of the observation deck, reaching out towards the bow of the ship, in this instance, the ship traveling backwards, as the primary burn has already been accomplished. The ship's now in position for a braking burn on the second half of the trip. At the far end of the observation deck, you see the captain. I'm going to bring this up in your journal real quick. Let me switch here.
Okay.
The captain, who you have not become familiar with, but know through either roles you've played on the ship or just from the time spent and the announcements made. Altani Batar, the captain of the Sequoia, stands expectantly for the rest of the party, finishing a glass of champagne and placing it on the tray of a subaltern that grinds away into the distance of the room. As the party walks up to meet her, Victor kind of gives a knowing nod, looks back to the room and goes, "Was this not something we could have just had a call about?" She'll kind of look past him for a moment and look to the party. "It's not something I want to put on the broadcast. There's a bit of a situation that I need a light touch with. Leaning on Victor, and I'm leaning on your expertise over the last couple weeks, I've noticed that you have certain abilities between all of you. You also have a distinct lack of any motive or any sort of negative association on this ship. You're all using this as simple transit, and you're all pilots. A day and a half ago, Mastodon, the NHP in charge of the Sequoia, notified me that our secured encrypted communications aboard the ship have been transmitted continuously for a day and a half off board. The recipient is unknown, and there's not any explicitly confidential data in this communication, but it's a clear breach of protocol. Mastodon's been unable to locate the source of where this is being transmitted from and why. I'm sure you can all imagine a risk that can be put on a ship if your exact coordinates are broadcast to anyone but MDF forces. Now, I don't have any reason to believe that anyone wishes to do us harm, and a quick response would be but a short call away. But we're just about to crest the halfway point for this trip. This is the thinnest part of the transit corridor. I need someone, or someones, to find out where this signal is being broadcast from, why, and to put an end to it.
Guessing that's where we come into play.
She'll nod. You all have... Well, I've read your dossiers, passenger manifests. You all have your reasons for leaving a previous life behind, and I know some of you are looking for a head start on Fargrave. You all happen to also be one of the few that are equipped with some frames on this ship. As you would all know, your frames are currently held in mechanical storage on the second deck of the ship with easy access to them, but the ship being built for passengers primarily prevents you from moving freely throughout the ship with them. Also, some of you have specific skill sets that could be valuable in this. The fact that Mastodon can't track down where this is coming from leads me to believe it's something either within my crew or something deeper, external. However, every time I investigate, of course, if it's my own workforce, it's not like they're going to come forward and tell me. So I need help on this. I need it done sooner than later, because at some point I have to make a judgment call. Engage the braking systems and assist with a call to MDF, or risk transiting the corridor where our coordinates are being broadcast live. So what do you say?
Sounds like we don't have much of a choice. But be happy to lend aid. Could I read a situation?
Oh yeah, what are you trying to discern?
I want to gauge how nervous the captain is.
The captain will turn to you. Don't be mistaken, this is not a forced deputization, but I know you're all looking for opportunity. Situations like this are rare in this corridor and aboard EMH ships, which makes it all the more concerning to me. I used to fly with a wing, myself, and it was a common tactic to have somebody on board broadcast the coordinates live and an intercept shortly after. But usually this was a device, somewhere easily trackable. Any ship equipped with an NHP can track it down. The fact that I can't, and that it's been over 2 days, which is more than enough time for an intercept, is what's concerning. I'm sorry, you were trying to read how nervous she is.
Yeah.
So, go ahead and make... is that one of your skill triggers?
Yes, it is. Do I just click it?
So if you click it in your sheet or on that quick menu, you should be able to roll it, and it should give you that bonus.
Yep. To accurate, inaccurate, just regular?
Just regular roll. Not having spent much time with the captain, but being in person, you can tell her demeanor is usually pretty organized. Not really concealing anything, but in this moment you can tell she's not necessarily nervous, but there is an experienced concern behind her words that maybe some indicators of things she's seen before and doesn't want them to play out again. So, pretty serious.
Are we able to jam outgoing communications?
Victor will kind of turn to Elliot. Well, we can, but that brings us a whole other host of problems. Not having your transceiver active while you're passing through a corridor like this may warrant us an MDF visit. Now, that isn't a problem, I guess, logistically, but it'll make us late. We've got some high-profile passengers to worry about. An administrator is aboard and would not be too happy being late to a summit on the planet.
Any ideas who we can start talking to?
Well, I can show you to the engine room. I can show you the systems there. I haven't found any devices myself, but I would suggest talking to Mastodon in the core room. He'll be able to tell you pretty much anything you need to know, answer any of your questions. Well, except where this thing is coming from.
Sounds like a good starting point to me.
Is there anything or anyone on this ship that would make it more of a target?
The captain will turn to Gaius. The administrator isn't an explicit target, and certainly hasn't had any threats of credibility made to them, but an administrator is an administrator. A little backstory, those of you that aren't familiar, Union administrators are some of the highest up representatives for Union that go out into the lengths of the Orion arm of the galaxy. So To have a planet visited by an administrator, if you're not a core world, is pretty rare. This region being reintegrated with the Union over the last several hundred years, summits take place regularly on several planets here. And Union administrators are kind of the face of Union. As the captain continues, no explicit threats, but probably the highest profile person we have here. Of course, with this will come access. If you need resources, intelligence, they're at your disposal. But time is of the essence.
Well then, want to point us towards this mastodon?
Sure. She takes out her a slate that's mounted to her wrist, kind of slides a sleeve back, navigates for a moment, and shoots a connection to each of your handhelds. You get a shipboard navigation to the core room, and you see security codes sent to each of your slates as well. This should grant you access. Core room's not usually open, but with the comms like this, I think it's better if you have a conversation in person with him. That way it's not being broadcast as well. That's why I asked you all here. As far as whoever's listening, they won't be aware that you're part of this. Use that to your advantage.
Elliot would give the captain a nod and just kind of look to the rest of the group and gauge if they had any other questions for her.
Rest of the group?
No.
If you jammed outgoing signals, how long before we'd have an unexpected visit? You mentioned that it would warrant people coming here.
The closest ship is about 2 days away. The far end of the corridor, heading this way. They would almost assuredly tell us to counterburn, delay our travel, and have them come aboard for an inspection. It's all above board. I'm not worried about that. But it would add delay to the trip, cost additional fuel resources, and put EMH in a hard position on Fargrave. We have a reputation to uphold, and we have to arrive on time.
Understandable. We'll avoid that if we can.
Anything else?
Elliot would kill his first beer. I'm good.
Claudia's gonna start walking.
All right. Sounds like the rest of the squad's going to go with.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yep.
All right. So you make your way out of the observation room. The room is beginning to fill pretty heavily. You all notice on the main screen here in Foundry, there are some clocks. These are narrative clocks. Some of them that only I can see on my end, and there's also going to be some that are publicly available to you. The hours to midnight one is pretty self-explanatory. It's representing how many hours until midnight, the new year, hits. In real time. You're in relative time right now. Traveling, I would say not near light with this transit, but time relativity has an effect when ships are traveling at significant speeds. You'll make your way out of the observation deck, down the staircase, and down to the 4th deck, where the utilities, engine, and core room are located. It takes you some time to get down there, and as you approach the core room exterior, there's 2 armed EMH guards who you walk up to and are able to show your security clearances. They check them one by one. They all clear. So they step aside, and the door, heavy and now unlocked, is open to you. Looking through, the room itself is almost perfectly circular. That a small mist drifts down from the ceiling, and a significant drop in temperature hits your persons as you walk in. The lock closes behind you, and you hear another safe-bolting blast lock behind it. In the center of the room, illuminated by the circular light array that drops down, you see a angular and metallic, almost casket-shaped object in the middle of the room. Several heavy-duty, steel-wrapped cables come out from each side and go down into consoles in the base of this casket. As you stand for a moment listening to the hissing of the cooling system in the room, green light kind of begins to emanate from the edges of the casket, and LEDs light up on each end. A voice comes out into the room. A light chuckle. Well, this one's a lot, isn't it? I mean, I've never seen something like this. A face illuminates above the casket itself, probably 3 or 4 feet in height, and kind of hovering over. I'll throw another journal up here. In your Omni Codex. You should see it when I do this. A projection of the ship's NHP, Mastodon, appears above the casket, laughing and adjusting his sunglasses for a moment. Well, I didn't know she was going to pick, but... Well, I didn't know they were going to send a lot like you. You're a ragtag bunch, aren't you?
Speak for yourself.
I'm the only one I can speak for, I suppose. So, she sent you down here because the encrypted comms are shut down across the ship. She give you the high and low of it?
You said you didn't know where it is. Do you know where it isn't?
Well, that's hard to say as well. These kind of things have happened before. We've had smugglers try and come on board. You know, people plant some sort of unrecognized device in the comm system. Easy to track down. Sometimes the hardware is bad enough I can even overload it myself. But, well, in this case, it seems to be kind of coming from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Very few things I can't see on this ship. Very few windows that are closed to me. This seems to be one of them. You ever feel like, how's it been described? There's a noise somewhere and it's bouncing off different surfaces. Maybe there's a angle one way, a curve another way. You can't quite tell just with your eyes where the sound's coming from, but you know it's there. Everything else, so green across the board. Systems are good. No detected intercepts. We're on course. Full speed. Feels good. But we're talking out into the night. Somebody else might be listening.
There been any disturbances on the ship these past few nights, or at least since it's been since the data's been going out?
Nothing since the data's been going out, but I did notice when y'all managed to get out of the drunk tank early. I won't say who. Let's just say I'm impressed with your creativity. Nothing more than typical scuffles on the 5th deck. Anything above that, taken care of by security. Nothing with systems. Few people, partying too hard. Ahead of the new year, one person destroyed the slate in their room, but everything I have access to is reading green for me. You know, usually I'm the one doing all the work on this ship. I might enjoy taking a break and letting you meatbags take care of it once in a while. It's going to require a human touch.
The captain mentioned there was no navigational data. Do you know what kind of data it was?
Well, we are broadcasting our navigational data right now. It's part of the encrypted comms, but it's standard practice to give a manifest to the MDF before and after a trip. You keep your transponder on, but you're not broadcasting your exact location moment to moment. Periodic updates is the way to go. That's to ensure they know that you're on course and they have a canary in the coal mine in case you disappear off the map, while making it harder for folks to show up. This particular corridor is pretty hard to intercept somebody on. Unfortunately, we're coming up on just a few hours short of the easiest part of it to do it on. I got nothing on scopes, but with the data that you're referring to, our navigational data, it'd be enough for somebody to show up.
What'd you have us do? Crawling through the air vents, looking for some transponder?
No, I got eyes and ears on the currents through all the HVAC systems, electrical grid. I need to know the human side of things. Somebody's doing this. Some person on this ship has done something to this transponded system. Now, either it's in a place that I don't have access to, which are few and far between. Those places are governed by the captain, who I imagine would not be sabotaging her own ship. Or it's something I can't see. My interfaces here are part of the shackling process, and while I'm only able to scan things I'm engineered to scan.
Can you point us in the direction of who we might talk to?
Well, seeing it's primarily concerning the navigational data, I go talk to the helmsman. They're going to tell you how the systems work, who has access, who doesn't, what kind of hardware is in there. I can run you down on it, but you're just going to hear the same thing. They're going to be the ones that can give you the human touch. Who's get what console when. But I think it'd be better to talk to the administrator. As far as I can tell from everyone's dossiers, they're the only person on this ship that has any sort of, I don't know, clout. We've done this run a couple hundred times now, and well, I never really had something like this happen unless somebody like them's on board.
Are they aware of what's going on?
Nobody's been notified except yourselves and Victor. Playing this
I'm guessing would the captain like to keep it that way?
That's a directive for now, but I'm guessing in order to get to the bottom of things, you're being given some leeway. Use your best judgment. I think the primary concern is the encrypted side of the communications. Anybody that knows should be keeping it on the local net. Room to room or face to face. As part of protocol in this kind of situation, there's a possibility my parameters are misconfigured. MDF and the EMH require that I go through a reboot sequence. It's a 2.5-hour process. Make sure the calibrations are correct. I can start that anytime between now and midnight. That's at the captain's order. That might be something we'd be willing for you to advise her on. When the best time is for that. If you identify something, you might want me around longer. But just so you know, when midnight hits, I'll be in violation if I don't go through a reboot. And while some of you may get thrown in the drunk tank when you go into violating territory, well, let's just say we got some harder consequences.
Fair enough. So we're on a pretty tight clock here. Where can we find this administrator?
First deck, here's the coordinates. Without moving, all your slates instantly come up with the location of the administrator's dormitory on the top deck. Likely, though, they'll be back on the observation. They've got their entourage of administrative staff with them. And they're probably going to want to see the show that heads up at midnight. I've advised the gunnery crew to keep live ammunition ready, but I haven't wanted to go into detail about why, so for now they're still just on their old habits. They're getting ready to just put on a show at midnight, and imagine the rest of the trip's going to be easy as hell. If you all look now in your journals, there should be a section called Mission Log. As you've accepted a mission from the captain of the ship, this is the log that'll show you the objectives, the parameters, the stakes, rewards, and reserves that are available to you on missions when playing in Lancer. This works a little differently than it does in those of you that have been in the D&D campaign or played in the past. The goals and parameters and rewards for Lancer missions are incredibly explicit, and they're publicly available for you all to kind of know ahead of time. Circumstances may change this mission, so the parameters will probably update as you learn more. Or if you make fork in the road decisions on future missions or this one, that can change what kind of rewards you get from who and what the objectives become. Does anybody not have access to that?
Oh, I can see just fine.
Yep.
Sweet.
Yep, good.
So you've been given security clearance. You can access the encrypted net if you need to. Parse through what's going on it, but as far as I can tell, nothing too interesting. Besides that navigation data, it's just standard packaged encrypted comms. People talking to their family, getting messages from Fargrave now that we're reaching the Lagrange point here, but you have access. And your frames are on this level, just a few sub-rooms down. If you need to activate them, you gotta let me know. Now, Victor has an override code here, but the ship's a retrofit. Corridors aren't big enough for mechs. You have to know where you can go and how, and there's got to be a reason for it.
Hopefully it won't come to that.
Ias is a systems specialist, correct?
What is it you're asking exactly?
I thought you were experienced with systems, are you not?
Yeah. I'm a mechanic.
Mechanical systems, Gaius is experienced in. Communication systems and mech interfacing systems. I think Gretchen's the resident expert.
Gretchen, do you think there would be any use in you investigating these systems yourselves outside of the NHP, or no?
That's kind of what I'm beginning to wonder myself. Suppose it couldn't hurt.
It would be
Problem is, we don't know
possible
what
for
we're
you to
looking
link
for.
up your mech sensors and use some of the systems on your mech to help you track this down.
Yeah, it might be worth taking a moment or just a little bit of time to have access to my frame for that.
You know, if the person doing this is someone of Gretch's skill set, we at least kind of have a rough idea of the person we're looking for. Can't imagine that the average Joe is going to be able to do this. So,
We have access to a manifest.
If you need access to the manifest, I can forward it to you. As far as I can tell, nobody on the ship's got motive to do something like this. Remarkably few controversial folk, and most that are ones on the lower decks that have gotten into more physical confrontations and are looking for a new start on Fargrave.
Forget motive. What about skill set?
Skill set, well, I'm going to go ahead and be honest that the people sitting right in front of me here are probably the ones most capable of doing such a thing. But
that's terrifying.
most
Are there any
people
other pilots on board?
pilots on board would be part of the gunnery crew. They're mostly former UN, a couple auxiliaries, but pilot, the captain, is a former pilot herself, serving in a wing. And a few members on the staff, but not too many with systems experience.
Well, should we get Gretch to her mech? See what her systems got to say.
Couldn't hurt.
Someone needs to. We should start looking into the administrator as well.
Something we should split up on, or should we stay together for now?
I don't think we're gonna want to start a firefight in the observation deck.
I also think all of us traveling together would draw a bit of attention as well.
I can try to go make contact with this administrator. If probably use a little backup just in case.
I could come along. Might be good to make sure there's some protection there.
Go 3 and 3. Let the wireheads to their mechs, and we'll handle the admin.
Sounds good to me. Does that work for you guys?
If we find anything, we'll let each other know.
All right.
Find a place to meet back up.
Maybe this spot is good as any, or otherwise we could just meet in the mech hangar.
It doesn't matter.
Well, I'm assuming we can be in contact with our slates here.
If you're sending something cross ship, just try not to let on that you're on the hunt here. Anything that goes beyond a local net in a room is encrypted. Probably got somebody listening. Never thought I'd see the day that the unsecured lines were the ones that we're relying on.
All right. Strider, muscles. Should we go do it?
Let's go.
Sounds about
So it
right.
sounds like Julian, Elliot, and Claudia are heading to which? To the administrator?
Yeah.
And Gaius, Gretchen, and Byron are heading to talk to, or to hook up to Gretchen's mech.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So as you go your separate ways, leaving the room, Mastodon's kind of jovial face immediately like shimmers out of existence. The lights dimming on the casket. The blast door and airlock opening for you as you can leave the room, heading back out into the security hallway. The guards locking it behind you You make your way out into the hall and split in your respective ways. The first party heading up towards the observation deck to find the administrator. The second heading down to the mech loading bay and the cargo hold. We'll go to the mech systems group first. As you arrive in the bay, you see there is a significant amount of cargo that's held in the back. This ship was formerly a hauler, but now is retrofitted to carry passengers. So this area of the ship is as it was before it was retrofitted. In a secured holding bay in kind of midway down the deck, you're able to get to your frames, all lined up with the heavy-duty cranes that lift them out of the position and put them on the massive metal conveyor belt that will unload things upon arrival at Fargrave's utility station. Using your security code and your personal access code, you're able to open up the secure locker and grant access to your frames that are in there. What do you want to do?
Gretchen would, I guess, not yell. She would politely say as she, because if the mech's available, she'd approach her mech. I'm back, Finnick.
All right. I'm just checking real quick. Let's see here. Just want to make sure I'm representing this person correctly. Okay. You say, I'm back, Finnick. The frame in the hold lights up. You see several floodlights kind of like turn on abruptly on each shoulder. Several of the power lines that are visible through the back side of one of the arms kind of illuminates, kind of almost like a rope light that wraps around to the right fist. And the cockpit, empty, has a kind of a house light that comes on as well. And you hear over the PA system, kind of like first like a feedback. And you just hear Finnick's voice come across. You know, it's pretty dark in here. You could leave the lights on when you leave.
I know, but it's really not my call to make, Finnick. We have something a little bit more pressing that I probably could use your assistance with.
All right, well, let's hear it. It's kind of jarring the rest of you seeing, for the first time, seeing Gretchen's frame, and the fact that the frame is not like moving. There's not like another person sitting there. There's no body language to reflect the voice is kind of emanating from it. That it just blasts out from the loudspeakers.
Where are my formalities? Everybody who's here. Who went with me? One more time.
It's Gaius and Byron are with you.
Gaius, Byron, this is Finnick. Finnick, this is Gaius and Byron. We are traveling together, at least at this point.
The mech kind of like stands up, kind of like halfway for a second, and the right arm, like you can tell it's coming out of lock mode. The right arm kind of comes forward and goes into like a crude, almost sarcastic curtsy in front of you, all of you.
Finnick's your NHP, huh?
Yeah, the details behind him are... Well, we can talk about that when times are a little less pressing. He's my current co-pilot, and hopefully the one for the distant future here. Finnick, as I guess Gretchen would begin, or she would, I guess, with the assistance of Finnick, get up into her, what is the word I'm looking for? The cockpit, and would pull out a cable from somewhere on the side and connect it to her arm. We need to run our own scan on the Sequoia. Ideally looking for signals that don't belong, or places where we might have some idea as to where to search. The Sequoia is running into a bit of an issue where they can't track where a signal's coming from, and they're relying on people like ourselves to figure it out. Don't suppose you could be a dear and help me with that, could you?
No problem, but it's gonna take a little bit of access. And you guys got a steel welder on you? Or a tungsten rod injector? You want me to interface with the systems? They don't give us access in here. I gotta be patched in manually. You sure Mastodon's gonna be okay with this?
I think given the current circumstances, we will worry about that obstacle when we get that far.
Well, it's your call. Funny you fine gentlemen want to go over to the sub panel there on the wall. There's going to be 2 security screws. If you can cut those off, open her up, patch the 15th line into the 22nd connector. Bring it over here. Patch it into Gretch's arm. We should have access. Do either one of you want to do that? Of Gaius or Byron?
I
You
can
gotta
take a
break
look
the
at that.
ship to plug him in? Really?
It's to give him access into the systems aboard the ship, as he's completely disconnected right now. He only has access to things on the mech. Guys, did you say you were going to?
Yep, I'll head over to that panel and pop it open.
Yeah. So easily enough, you take out a tool that is both for installing and removing security screws on ships like this. You kind of crank it to the left and pop one out. You take it out without breaking it or anything. Pocket that. Take the other. As you open the panel, you see the interface is a little bit different than what you're used to. The systems being used this close to core space being a lot more advanced than those by the Union. So go ahead and make a hack or fix check. If you have a bonus for it, you should be able to call it from your sheet.
Referring to myself?
For Gaius.
Okay, thank you.
I'll check your sheet real quick here. I don't know if you actually...
Yeah, I've got the +2 on it.
Okay. So you should be able to roll that if you click that dice on the left side. Taking just a moment, you're able to figure out the configuration that will bridge the communications between Gretch's mech with Finnick on it and the rest of the ship. You run the conduit back over to Gretchen. You hook it into the comms link on the side of the mech that she's interfacing with. You see all the lights kind of shimmer on the mech up and down for a second. Certain status lights turning on and off. And you hear Finnick just kind of respond, "Oh, well, okay. All right then. What are we looking for?"
So the ship is sending out data of our location, not of our own accord or of anybody between Mastodon and the captain. So we're looking for either the source of this signal, where it might be on the ship, or maybe people who've added extra data where it doesn't belong. We're trying to find something out of place.
Well, if you give me a minute here, I can go through what I have access to here. There's still some things that are locked off, but I guess I'd say make yourself comfortable for the time being. As a scan begins, we're going to jump to the group that's on the observation deck. As you arrive back at the deck, you see the crowd has filled in a significant amount compared to before. And the captain is entertaining a few of the high-profile members. However, you see the administrator themselves standing out from the crowd. They wear the different styles for different sectors, but what you've seen before on transmissions or illustrations in newscasts. Union administrators with a gray formal suit that comes down just above the kneecaps, almost like a trench coat, and adorned with different ranking medallions on the shoulders, and sometimes wearing a gray mask until they get to their location ahead of time to keep their identity from making them a target. However, this administrator does not wear one, and is talking to the rest of their administrative entourage. So they kind of have their arms folded. They're looking out the window as you approach.
What do y'all think? Should we go make an introduction or scope out the room first?
Might be good to scope out the room.
You want to case the place? I'll meander around. Maybe Julian and I can make an introduction.
I'm gonna see what the word on the street is. Literally.
All right, what do you want to try and find out?
Anyone doing anything? Has anyone seen anyone doing anything that would seem suspicious, like
Sure.
wiring into something? Or
Go ahead and make that. Go ahead and make that check. Elliot, what are you doing?
I'll just kind of be standing by, in the meantime, just kind of also kind of looking around, but.
Okay, and Claudia?
I guess I'll try and look around the room just to see if I see anything.
Just looking around, it seems to be a large number of passengers filtering in, ready for the show. As I will advance this clock one more from that last scene. Your transit time to get back here. Trying to get good spots within the room. Still kind of preemptively celebrating the New Year's arrival. Crowding all towards the starboard side of the ship, as that's where the light show is going to be from. Yeah, nothing stands out immediately. If you want to search for something specifically, or if you want to go speak to the administrator or the captain, they're both in this room.
Maybe talk to the captain?
Yeah, I'll go with.
Yeah.
All right, so you both walk over to the captain. And right now, while this is happening, Julian's kind of sifting through the room, trying to keep an open ear and an eye for conversations and activity in the room. So you return to the captain, and she finishes a conversation with another crew member, and then turns to both of you, kind of raises an eyebrow. Any word?
Nothing yet. I was hoping you could introduce us to the administrator over there.
She kind of turns to look at the administrator. I can do that. It might be best not to let them know the current situation, at least the encrypted communications part. They're used to getting threats from all manner of dissidents or hostile factions, but if they're on this ship and they know that this is happening, I'm just going to say it's probably for their own good that they don't. So they'll make an immediate call of the MDF, and which will ensure their safety, but I'm still not convinced this is really anything yet. I need to be risk-averse, but odds are you're going to find somebody who's been doing this for pay or as a prank or an experiment. What I don't want to do is preemptively call them. If we reach the corridor at midnight, it's going to be the same amount of time for them to get here or not. If I'm the one calling them, well, won't hurt our reputation quite as badly.
Elliot would kind of be not taken aback by that, but kind of a little suspicious. Just know our lives are in your hands at this point, if we're sticking by that call.
Claudia's going to speak up as well and say, I feel like the administrator's life is a little more important than reputation right now.
Our lives, too. Don't need a fancy suit to be worth something around here.
She'll kind of like straighten up in her like military stance and look at both of you. Don't misunderstand. I'm putting the lives of the crew and passengers in your ability to investigate. It's my job to do a calculated dance between pros and cons of this situation. Regardless of that, and regardless of whose lives are at stake, help is a day and a half away. You call them now, you call them later. That's when they arrive. That's the physics of our situation. The only reason I advise you not to tell the administrator, because they are prone to panic. When they transit between planets, that's their highest risk situation. Yes, it warrants caution. What I don't need is them putting a public call out and creating panic on the ship. If you want to frame this that somebody's making a threat against them directly, perhaps on the ship, to get them to provide you information, they're less likely to make an external call. If they do, however, it's out of my hands. The MDF supersedes any sort of control I have over this situation. I just advise you, I've seen this before. Something that can turn into nothing or could be something is preemptively made worse.
Fair enough. I'll follow your lead for now.
She'll nod and walk you both over to the administrator, who, at her presence, kind of like stops their conversation with their staff and turns to look at all of you. Let me bring this up. She'll kind of nod to them, and they give a respectful nod back. She'll face both of you and go, Taurus, these are two of our, let's say, skilled passengers we have on the ship that have some things they want to speak to you about. This is Taurus Lockley, UN ambassador to Fargrave. He kind of gives a bow to each of you. Nice to meet both of you.
Elliot would tip his hat.
Nice to meet you too.
Well, from the looks of you, you seem mech pilots, if I were to guess.
A good read.
Well, the hard points, take no offense, the scarring, the stance, he kind of looks at Claudia for a second, a fighter's stance. Seen it before. And I actually believe I may have seen a broadcast with you on it at some point.
Heard that once or twice.
Was it the World or the local championship game?
Could have been either.
Well, what do I owe the pleasure to both of you, Captain? And he turns to her and she allows you to kind of take head of the conversation.
Well, it's it's not every day you get to talk to a member of the of Union, especially one as high ranking as yourself. Consider it an opportunity for us to get acquainted. However short or long the rest of this trip will be happy to put ourselves to service.
Well, I appreciate that. I assume you're all planet-bound for Fargrave.
We are. It's I've never been there myself, but I've heard it's a place of opportunity for whatever you make of it.
That's why we need the summits here. Ever since the reunification of this sector, it's been a hard time getting Fargrave to come on board with some Union initiatives. Open dialogue doesn't seem to go very far, but I have a feeling I can get something from them. You're right, though, there is opportunity. For all of the negative press, mishaps, conflict with Harrison Armory, the Fargrave mission has been remarkably successful. They are the leading colonial force in the region now, and have been specializing in some of the places that were not habitable to humans in the past. Fargrave being one of them. A desolate moon it was a long time ago, and now still a hard place to survive in the upper atmosphere. An atmosphere there is. So you want to get acquainted? Well, I'm here to see the light show here in about an hour or so. After that, I imagine I'll be meeting via tight beam, encrypted communication back to Fargrave now that we've passed, or will be passing the Lagrange point soon. That'll probably take up the majority of my trips, so my time is yours for now.
Well, we appreciate it. Are there any more of those booze bots running around giving out drinks?
Yes. And as you're looking around, Julian, keeping an eye in the room, you've noticed no suspicious conversations between people, nothing nefarious, keeping a good ear out. But what you have noticed is that there's been several more instances of people getting their drinks spilled on them by the subalterns that are going around the room. And one staff member gets significantly upset with one of them and kind of shuts it down and rolls it out of the room himself to take it to the maintenance bay.
I'm gonna go ahead and follow him.
All right. You both see out of the corner of your eye that Julian walks out of the room following somebody. Do you want to kind of be like stealthy as you're doing this, like not to be seen by this guy?
Nah, just kind of casual.
Okay. Sorry, we'll jump back to the conversation we were just at with the administrator. So yes, there are still subalterns in the room.
Yeah. Elliot would look to grab maybe a glass of champagne for himself and one for the and offer one to the administrator.
And not one for Claudia.
Only got two hands.
Claudia will go get herself one.
All right. Yeah, as it rolls up, you take a glass and hand one to the administrator. Claudia, you get one from the subaltern as well. And he kind of raises a glass for a moment to both of you. So what do you hope to find on Fargrave?
Ain't that the million-mana question? Bit of adventure, bit of fun. Who knows? I think it's the unknown that's got me hooked.
We'll turn to Claudia. And you?
Some new work, places to go, things where I can make my own choices.
Well, I can toast to that. To opportunity for both of you.
To the new year. Clink.
Claudia raises her glass.
And they take a sip. As Julian, you follow this person down the hallway. You see them roll into a small maintenance shaft that has a almost like a pneumatic tube system, but it's electrically charged and held with a monorail, where they have shut the subaltern down. They put it into compact mode, where the body kind of folds in on itself into a tighter shape. They load it into this compartment, and they open their slate and begin typing in an access code onto the panel. Kind of look up. You see they select maintenance as a destination on the panel of the wall. Authorize it. The chute like shuts, and you hear like a pressurization inside as it's shot off somewhere into the ship. The doors open again, and there's a new capsule awaiting another delivery if somebody else wants to put something in there. You kind of blend into two folks that are having a conversation in the halls. That engineer turns around and walks back down the hall, kind of shaking his head, like just muttering to himself, frustratingly. Walks back to the observation deck.
So I'll start making my way towards maintenance.
All right. You look up on your slate where it is in the ship. It'll take you some time to get there, but you'll be able to. For those that are talking to the administrators, I think you want to ask them specifically.
I understand your job on Fargrave is probably mostly confidential, but how has been working those new diplomatic ties? Is it been dangerous?
Will also be my first official visit to Fargrave. Most of my communication's been outside the sector with them. And Union's administrative department has decided that I'm the one to go there in person. Talks haven't necessarily broken down, but they're getting nowhere. There are some concerns about the colonial mission that we have, and we don't want them to come to a head in the future.
Fair enough. I'd imagine in your line of work you can probably make some rough enemies.
Within the armory, yes. And elsewhere, definitely.
Do they send you along with a defensive attachment, or is it they just send you out in the unknown?
I come here with my administrative detachment. He kind of points around to the people around him. There's about a dozen staff members with him, all talking to themselves. These are my administrative staff, help me with the mission. Security staff is integrated with the security team here. They're more clandestine. Not to be seen.
All the better for it. We've, I don't know. There's been some talks of a bit of unrest in the ship. I'm guessing you probably have heard about it already, though. People
I think I was witness to some of it, and he points to Claudia. I believe you were somebody that threw somebody in the drunk tank.
More or less.
I've never actually seen a fist fight in my time. It was
one to behold.
Exciting.
I'm glad you could take some entertainment from that.
Just don't ask for her autograph. It doesn't, won't get you anywhere.
Kind of gives like an inquisitive look as you like avoid eye contact and just sip your drink. That's all I've heard, though, and well, I get restless on these zero-G trips. It's nice right now where we have some artificial, but once we get into orbit, we're in microgravity. Prefer to have my boots on the ground.
I hear you there. You been able to brush up against any of these other bigwigs here?
I think they're a bit intimidated to brush up against me. Administrators have an air about them, one that I typically not project myself. There's an air of superiority, which in many cases is warranted. But with Harrison, we have a partnership we must approach. The Armory has sway in this sector. I think this is why they selected me. My colleagues, perhaps in the past, have left an impression in this sector that administrators are of a different echelon. But we are a union, and so are you. You have not met somebody from Union. You are of Union, as are all of us. I think it's time we start getting people to think that way.
Agreed.
The captain is an interesting character. I don't know if you've had the pleasure of having an extended conversation with her. She was formerly an albatross.
No kidding.
It's why I think they picked her to be part of this pilot project for EMH. She runs a tight ship.
Yeah, I've gathered that. She's a interesting type. Maybe a little stuffy, but it wouldn't be when you're running a ship day in and day out.
Sorry, go
ahead. Well, I hate to take up any more of your time. I'm sure you're quite busy, but just keep your ear to the ground with any rumblings you may hear on the ship. We've well, I don't know. There's just been, I think, a little bit of unrest, and best to stay safe in all this.
He'll kind of nod and look to Claudia. Well, I'm sure if that happens again, They'll be treated to a show. I was disappointed to see title holder not get involved, but I suppose that wouldn't reflect too well on the captain.
I'll make sure to make it entertaining.
He kind of gives like a nod and looks to Elliot. I'm used to threats, these sorts of things. They come and go, but I appreciate the concern.
Elliot would just give him a nod and kind of make his way out.
All right.
We'll be in touch if you need us.
All right, where are you guys going to head from here while we cut to another group?
Maybe just kind of meander the room and wait till Julian returns.
Yeah, did I miss something with Julian? Did he come back yet, or
yeah,
no?
so Julian saw somebody take a subaltern out of the room for maintenance as it was malfunctioning, similar to the one that was in your dormitory earlier, and put it into a transport shaft that goes through the ship for like hard goods that need to travel from floor to floor. He saw that they put in maintenance as a destination, so that's where he started heading down to investigate.
Oh, got it.
As you're heading down there, Julian, the rest of you waiting for Finnick to finish the scan, you're kind of, kicking around the room, having waited probably 15 or 20 minutes now. The silence coming from the mech, just the flashing of some of the status lights, and you can hear certain servos for high-end processors spinning up in the mini casket on the back of the mech. The silence is broken when one of you goes to say something, as Finnick almost preempts your speech and goes, "All right, well, I don't know really if this is anything, but you're right. Communications are being broadcast off the ship. The only encrypted ones, though. The standard communications aren't. It's not a data blast, it's a specific tight beam. It's 2 transmitting arrays, one on the starboard side and one on the port side, but those are used for all communications. But it's definitely on the ship. Someone here has altered something in the system. I'm looking at the manifest right now, and there's a top-tier security clearance edit manifest to the transmission protocol. It's baked into the system. This isn't a device somewhere sitting on the ship. It's been altered itself. The encrypted comms are inherently being broadcast. If you want to shut them down, you're going to either have to power down those arrays on each side and cut comms, or re-engineer the system. But I don't have access to that. Mastodon's got that locked down. That's his purview, not mine. This isn't my ship.
Gretchen would look down from the cockpit. Well, you heard him. Which way do we want to approach this? Thank you, Finnick.
There's just a chime, and then all the lights shut off on the dash. Byron, guys?
I don't think it's a good idea to shut down communications. We should try to do this in line with what the captain asked, I believe.
Which would mean that we'll probably have to talk to Mastodon again.
Yeah, I think before doing anything, we should talk to Mastodon and figure out what we know on the people side, since that's what he was hoping we could look at too.
Might be worth reconvening with everybody else. See what they found out.
I agree.
And I think Gretchen would send Elliot just a, not, like a, hey, got a moment to chat, like through the slate or something. Nothing that revealed information.
Yeah, you get a chime on your slate, Elliot, that there's a communique coming from Gretchen. Do you want to do a live talk or just a message?
Was that to me? Do I want it to be
To Gretchen.
Okay.
Well, from Gretchen to Elliot.
Are you sending just a message, or are you like trying to call him?
Oh, sorry. You know what? Yeah, I think I'll give a call. Why not?
Yeah. So you see a chime pop up on your slate.
Hello.
How's it going, Elliot?
Well, decent enough. You guys ready for maybe we can link up?
I think it'd be good to get together, maybe have a drink and discuss how things have been.
A good call. We're just waiting on Julian. He's making just some new acquaintances. Yeah, let's say we'll meet back at the dorms.
Was it just our party that shared the dorms, or were there other people?
There were
within
other
that dorm
passengers as well that share the dormitories with you. But you each have your own room to stay in.
And do we have, like, as far as like an idea as to the other passengers who are sharing our dorms? Like, are they ship crew? Are they actually passenger, like traveling to Fargrave type people, or what's our situation?
Most of them are just folk traveling to Fargrave. The only person of note that stayed in your dormitory with you is Victor Petrella, the engine specialist who you met, who was sharing a drink with you at the beginning of the session.
Yeah, the dorm should be fine. If anything else happens, just let us know. We'll talk soon.
Sounds good. Toodles.
Right.
The exit chime closes out as you both. I'm assuming you three are going to make your way back to the observation deck then.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
As you make your way up there, we will jump to Julian, who arrives at engineering and the maintenance section of engineering. There's a good amount of crew down here maintaining the ship's systems. There's access to the engine room from here, and the you can see the cargo slide that took the automaton down here. It's already been unloaded long before you got here, but you can see where it comes into the room. You kind of swipe your slate on the access panel to get access to this larger section. Again, this is before the retrofit happened, since the engineering room stayed the same. There's about a dozen staff running from station to station, checking systems. They're doing callouts to each other. Everything, from what you can tell, seems nominal. This is just how they're running the station. The maintenance bay, farther through the engineering area, is where all of the repairs or systems that need maintenance are stored. Whether it be something as small as a handheld slate that needs to be replaced, or all the way up to subalterns in the ship, or even frames that people bring aboard are in there. You know that when you came aboard the ship, your frame was to be repaired for some minor systems that needed it. And so some of the crew that have seen you down here before, when you've been accessing to check up on the repairs that are being applied by the printer, just give you a nod as you access the maintenance bay and open it up. You close the door behind you. You see your frame, someone else's frame who is not in your group, which is still being printed. It's about halfway through an Everest. Looks like a utility of some kind, maybe a heavy loading rig. And a organized kind of grid of subalterns in the corner that an engineer is standing in front of with a tablet, kind of like wirelessly connecting to each one and looking at them. You see that they're looking at readouts for status on their tablet. They haven't noticed you enter the room yet.
Anyway, I can get a peek at that tablet.
You want to do it without them noticing?
Yeah, act unseen or unheard. Just take a quick look at what he's looking at.
Yeah. Go ahead and do act unseen unheard. You kind of slink up next to him, that in a way that if you were to turn around wouldn't be like scared at your presence, but without making yourself known. You look over the corner of the tablet, and you see as he scrolls through one of the subalterns, it shows a fried core processing unit. He swipes to the next one. There's another core processing unit that's been completely fried. Swipes to the third one, and you recognize this is the one that you kind of followed down here from the observation deck. And the status that comes across the screen is that it's still operational. They scroll up a little bit to show each system's status. Shows navigation is fine, human identification is fine, electrical systems nominal. And then the status screen kind of like shimmers for a second, and the rest of the text just gets completely cut off. There's a lot of forward slashes just fill the entire rest of the screen. Kind of squints his eyes and looks at it, scrolls a little bit more, and some of the text begins to change on the screen. Every 4 or 5 of these slashes, you just see the word kind of manifest in the text block. It just says beautiful, 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 beautiful. It keeps going and going across the whole thing, and he kind of like looks at it for a second concernedly, does like a reboot on the system, reloads the data from the subaltern, and it just says that the core processing unit of this subaltern is now fried. He kind of you see him like go to his own slate, rotate it, and mark the markdown notes for what's going on in this system. And you feel like that's probably all you can see before he begins to turn around. If you want to like not make yourself look suspicious for a moment, you like take a step back.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
He'll turn and see you walk, maybe like you kind of begin walking over to your frame. He kind of looks at you and goes, "Oh, sorry, I didn't see you. That should be done in probably the next 20 minutes. It's been running for about 2 hours now. Sorry we had to put you so far back in the queue."
It's all right. Say, I've been seeing a lot of those bots having problems today.
Kind of shakes his head. I don't know what's going on. I think we got a bad printer shipment or something, because these were all printed in the last, I don't know, 4 or 5 days, specifically for tonight. And they're all these service bots, and something must be misconfigured in that printer. I gotta go take a look. And he'll leave the room, so you're in here by yourself.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and pop a quick message over to, I guess, everyone else in our group chat. And
The Lancer group chat.
the Lancer group chat, and say, I think it's in the bots. Just
Elliot
drink
would
spots. Grab a drink spot.
the booze bots.
Yeah.
Elliot
Go
would
ahead.
type back, meet at dorms.
All right. Start making my way there.
All right. As Julian makes his way back to the dorms, Elliot and Claudia doing the same. I think everybody's headed back there now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, it's the hour gets closer to midnight. You're probably just a few minutes away as you all return to the dorms and gather yourselves together to speak.
So we're all in the same room?
Yeah, I know Julian just stepped out for a second, but yeah.
What's is there anyone else in here but aside from us, or?
In the main dormitory space, there's probably like 2 other people. Before there were about a dozen, but they've all cleared out. They've headed towards the observation deck.
What are those other 2 doing?
They're still playing a game of Terraform on the giant table slate together.
Fair enough. Were y'all able to figure anything else? No. How's the scan?
Well, there's definitely signals going outward. Finnick did a deep scan, integrated into the system. And the other piece of information he found was that whatever's causing these signals to go out's been directly integrated into the manifest itself. Nothing extra. There was a modification, which means it's someone with higher level clearance, at least at my guess, is the one causing this signal to go out.
We talked to the admin. He seemed like he's got his head screwed on straight. As far as I could gather, he wasn't really able to give us much. You know, Harrison seems to be a little rowdy over on Fargrave. This might be a potential lead, but I don't know. Julian, that's kind of your people, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Not my people, but it'd be a little too early to determine whether or not it's them. Did you manage to grab a drink spot?
To take one?
Yeah, is there one in this room?
There's one in this room, but it's currently in the docking port shut down. Like, you can command it to activate from since it's in your room, you'd have the ability to do that.
Gretchen, I think you should take a look at those drink spots. There's something going on with them. I went down to maintenance, and there's just a whole stack of them throwing out errors and weird messages. I think someone's backpacking this signal off of them.
Weird messages. What did it say?
It's beautiful, over and over again. Weird hash marks, weird text. Not my domain.
Well, that's certainly worth checking now, isn't it? And she would walk over and not so much, I don't think she'd activate it, but she would try to find some form of port on the bot itself to connect to.
Sure. You dislodge it from the docking station, still dormant, shut down. You roll it out a few feet, and you pry open an access panel on the back of the subaltern. These are not, they're not security bots. They're not anything like that, so they don't have robust physical systems to keep you out. And you manage to plug your slate into the 2 contact wires. What do you want to try and figure out?
I guess one of my questions that I'd be curious on is how long they've been projecting these signals to see if it ties to us, when we might have, if it started, a week after we left, if it started a few days ago, if the timeline lines up with what we're trying to investigate, and then to see if I don't know, if I can find any source or commands or something or modifications to code.
Okay. You would know that the captain informed you that the transmissions they started about a day and a half ago. Are you just trying to confirm that?
Yeah, I want to confirm that. Confirm that, I guess, these machines started giving codes about a day and a half ago too.
Oh, okay. Like errors and stuff. Gotcha.
Yeah, to see if it lines up with something that would be beneficial to our investigation.
Go ahead and make a hack or fix check.
Close.
As you gain access to the subaltern systems, they're not robust for security. You also know that these subalterns, after getting access to the systems, would be very hard to use as a jumping off point for any sort of malicious code, that they're designed intentionally to only be downward controllable, and that if you introduced malicious code to this bot, it would probably either malfunction and self-destruct in some explosive way, just like its systems would fry out, or it would just shut down or reboot itself. That these aren't robust enough to be the vessels in which you could inject something malicious. As far as the transmissions go, you know from the data that you got from Finnick that a day and a half ago, the transmissions were online when the captain said they started. At least that an unknown type being reading was on the encrypted comms. And looking for more information on these errors as you get to the you search for the code that Julian gave you on the readout from the engineer's tablet. You put that into your script and you begin trying to search through the actual embedded program on the subaltern. You all see the lights in the subaltern turn on, and even though you haven't given a power command to it yet, You kind of like look up for a second. You see all the systems read out across your slate. You see it like stand up. It kind of disconnects itself from the debug port that you're against, and kind of like raises to its full stature. The tray in its hand, like rattling up, the drinks that are on it falling off and clattering to the ground. The metal pints falling to the subfloor, spilling the drinks in them. It'll turn to you, and you see the left arm on it like shoot out towards you with like an incredible force behind this mechanical robot. You all watch as Gretchen is still looking at the readout, trying to get as much information from the readout as possible. Almost like almost like less concerned about getting out of the way of the strike, and more concerned about getting as much information as you can before the connection is severed. You all see as the subaltern just almost not intentionally, but like the movement that the body does, like throws the arm into Gretchen and like punches right at the plate of the armor in your stomach. It kind of stumbles you backwards. You'll take 1 damage on your pilot from that. You'll kind of stumble back for a second as the subaltern disconnects and rolls full force into the wall ahead of you, and just is like grinding against the wall. The head of the robot like mashed up against the metal wall. Also, I'm being corrected right now. That agility and all those skills, those are your mech skills. This would either be a trigger or a grit check.
It's under pilot though.
Under pilot, the pilot. Oh yeah, so so your mech skills they manifest and are used when you're in your mech. But they are tied to your pilots. Your pilot has agility as a skill, but it's applied when you're in your mech. So thank you for that correction. So we'll leave that for now because I'm not going to make you re-roll because you already rolled it. But
so what? Sorry, what are you supposed to use to roll then?
So it should be either a trigger that I prompt you as like a reactive trigger. So in this case, it would probably be one that's based on movement, right? Let's see. There's threaten, show off, read a situation, pull rank. Maybe get somewhere quickly might work, or apply fist to faces might be something where you could try and counter things like that. And alternatively, I think I can make you do a general check it's just a d20 plus your grit to like overcome a specific situation.
So is the bot just like grinding into the wall right now?
Yeah, so it's like there's like sparks flying off of the large kind of ball-shaped movement, or like I don't know what the way it moves around the room is like a ball that's at the bottom of it, almost like a Segway, as it rolls against the side of the wall, kind of grinding into the subfloor, and the front of it just kind of like moving jaggedly.
Elliot would have his hand cannon at the ready.
John, so I'm just going to clarify again. Take control, was that it physically and also like in a situation?
I think so. Yeah. If you read the
Okay.
if you read the take control thing here, take control. Use force, violence, presence of will, or direct action to take control of something. The thing you take control of will usually be something concrete, like an object, a gun, or a key card. Can take control of a situation, forcing people to listen, calm down, or stop whatever they're doing.
So I don't have the whole thing in front of me.
Oh,
I just have,
it's
like,
page 27 if you're in the handbook.
Okay, I'll get that up. Thank you.
You all right, Gretch?
Yeah, I'll be fine. As she like brushes herself off, and if she was knocked over, get back up.
You just give me the word. And Elliot's hand cannon is, for what you guys can imagine, it's like a 40 millimeter grenade launcher pistol.
Yes, so you see Elliot wield this out and hold it kind of like at the ready, not like immediately to pull the trigger on it.
Yeah.
And at that, the subaltern, as it continues to grind against the wall, the head kind of like turns to the side to look at you, and you hear like a pre-recorded message: "Weapons are forbidden on this deck. Explosives may cause explosive decompression. Please consult with the security team." And it like stops, jitters for a second, like comes to a complete stop, rolls backwards like into a perfectly upright position. All of the limbs kind of frozen in place. And you just hear, wow. There's a frying noise, and the subaltern falls to the ground. The two people playing the game of Terraform have like gotten up from the table and are like, they like cowered for a second seeing the scene, and now kind of like hurry out of the room around the corner down the hall towards the observation deck.
What did Gretchen get out of this?
Yeah, as part of your role,
I would ask her. Yeah.
I guess I didn't go into detail on that yet. So when you were clocked into the subaltern, indeed you see that its behavior was dictated downwards. That whatever breach there's been, it wasn't somebody going from bot to bot manually hacking it and making it act this way. That there's some sort of formulation that's messing them up in this manner. That's part of the printed applied code. That when they're made in the printer and when the recycled material gets loaded in the printer, they make the subaltern. The code that's flashed onto it is bad in some way. And you see that same signal word that Julian saw throughout.
As far as timeline, like are these bots like new? Were they, printed days ago? Has the code been bad this whole time?
These ones were printed roughly at the same time when the signals started going out. They were printed on schedule because they needed some extra bots for the celebrations on the New Year's Eve. Being very, very lightweight, these automatons don't cost a lot, just pretty much energy and recycled material to produce. So they had some extra on hand.
Well, the signal that you saw, Julian, it's tied to something with what we're dealing with. It appears that the string of bad code in these bots started about the same time those signals went out. It's not someone adjusting specific bots. It's top down. Someone who implanted this code. It came from above. Long story short, so it's all connected in some way.
Heck, in maintenance theorized it could be from the printer. Maybe we should go down and check it out ourselves.
And who is responsible for printing them?
And I also wonder what else has been printed from that machine recently. Maybe there was something that got installed into the ship, and that's why the signals started going out.
Think there's something Mass would know?
He's not shut down by now.
Well, we don't have much time. He's going to be soon.
Might be good to touch base with him quick before he goes and do his recycle.
Said 2.5 hours he'd be down for.
What time is it currently?
You've got about just under an hour to midnight.
Oh, that's hours, not half hours. Okay.
Yeah.
I think we should split again. We don't have a lot of time left.
Also, just for context, these clocks, as you look at them, they're usually more abstract. So like you'll have mission objectives or faction standing and stuff. Those clocks just kind of abstract representation of like how full they are. But this is how many hours are left till midnight.
What's the bottom one for?
Who knows?
You don't know. We don't know until the skies shatter. Okay. Yeah, I think that's not the worst idea. We should send the techies to. We should send one techie to each location, I would think.
I would think so. Maybe more headed towards the printer. But also maybe a little beef with the printer too.
Well, I wonder if we need to split the tech people, or it might be good to send us both. If there's bad code, or if the machine itself is malfunctioning, I mean, having someone who might be able to look at it or rewrite the code, it might help in both situations. Just my 2 cents.
Sounds like a good take to me.
I agree.
Yep.
All right, so who's going where?
I'm going to head back down to maintenance, towards the printers.
Yeah, I definitely want to go to the printer too.
Yeah, I would follow Julian and Gaius. We leave the rest to you on the Mastodon end. Again, just let us know if you find anything. We'll do the same. And she would take off after him.
Good luck.
All right, so the other three of you are heading down to Mass.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So first we'll go with that group as they arrive back at the core room. Getting closer to midnight now, you hear announcements chiming over the ship's PA, kind of pinging out. Please join us on the observation deck for a luminescent display off the starboard side. You arrive once again at the airlock blast doors that lead to the casket room. The guards out front, same as before. You swipe your security access, you're granted access, and you walk in. You see Mass's projection already present in the room as he's talking to Victor Petrella, the engine specialist, as you walk in. You hear Mass kind of laughing. Well, I don't know when you want me to do it then. It says I got to do it by midnight, so I figure we do it now. I come back that much sooner. And Victor is kind of like nodding. I understand that, but I figure we should probably figure this out. And he sees you all enter. We should figure this out before we shut you down. We may need you for something. And he kind of looks to all of you. Oh, finally. Have you guys found anything out?
Potentially. There seemed, what we've gathered, could be something wrong with the printer on board. There's been a bunch of the bots on board have been going a bit haywire, scrambling code. And Mass, are you able to give us a printout of what's been, well, printed? And since all this started going weird.
He kind of turns to you, the giant, like, luminescent projection of his face turned towards the party. Well, I'll tell you the same thing I told Victor. Gave him a manifest of the printouts. We got almost entirely service bots over the last couple days. A few minor repairs. I think somebody you're with here, Julian, is having a system reprinted on his mech. That's about done now, though, so it's all good. And everything reads green. As far as I can tell, there's no malicious code being injected. I ran it against my own hard copy here, and, well, I see no differences.
Elliot would kind of suspiciously look to the rest of the group, including Victor. Say, Mass, your restart, would that clear out any potentially faulty code if there were such an issue?
Well, it'll set me to the state I was before we took off from Yangra. So, whatever they flashed on there is what I'll have then. It's what I started with now, but if something happened in transit, it'll get corrected.
Are you able to self-diagnose in the meantime? See if there are any code injections? Is that possible?
He kind of pauses for a second. It's possible, but... Well, you ever tried to self-diagnose?
Only self-medicate.
You you realize you still have the pint glass in your shirt pocket as you like put that like onto a side table for a moment.
Byron laughs, of course.
I've run the standard checks. As far as I can tell, there's nothing wrong. Usually when something's gone haywire in the shackling process, it manifests a little bit more clearly. Ain't a very beautiful thing to behold.
Beautiful.
In any case, whatever this is, it's coming from top down. Are there any other NHPs on board that may have control?
No, the only one is the personal assistant to the administrator who doesn't leave his side. The mini casket tied around his waist, and, well, I knew y'all patched one of your friends in not too long ago. Apologies that I had to lock him out in a few ways, but that's just standard protocol. And as you say that, Victor will kind of turn to you. Well, the reason I came down here is the printer. I was down in engineering, but moments ago I was getting some reports that there was a noise coming from the engine room. Turns out a whole lot of them that were in for maintenance started driving in random directions. Figured I'd ask Mass what was going on. Given the circumstances, wanted to do it in person.
Mass, you got any readout on that?
If you're asking me if it's normal for the service bots to drive themselves into a wall to death, well, you may not be surprised, but my answer is no. It is not.
Can the printer be deactivated?
It can be shut down. We haven't really been printing much else with these bots for the last day, besides some mech repairs, but that's a separate printer. The bot printer is a size 1.
Might be prudent to do so until we figure out what exactly has been going on here.
He'll kind of give pause, look to Victor. Victor will nod, and he just looks back to you, almost like looks off into the distance for a second. Done.
So I guess the other matter of our attention is when you're going to restart.
Well, I was making my case to Victor but a moment ago that I should do it sooner than later. If you need me sooner, I'll be up sooner. Every minute might count.
Elliot would look to Byron and Claudia. You guys have any opinion on that?
How long does it take you to restart again?
2.5 hours, roughly. There are repairs to be needed, might be a little longer, but I can come back out of stasis at least till then.
Mass, what does the word beautiful mean to you?
He kind of looks at you for a second. He kind of like squints his eyes. What does the word beautiful mean? The room goes dark. The projection disappears. Victor kind of like stops, like turns to you, looks back at the console. He went into reboot mode. He's rebooting. We'll cut to the group that's in maintenance right now. As the three of you enter the engineering bay once again, move through. It seems that the nominal systems across, so life support, everything else in the ship, the crew that's manning it don't seem any different than they were before when you were down here, Julian. You go to the maintenance door, though, however, and there's an engineer standing outside of it. Different one you haven't met before. And she kind of is like tooling around on her slate and trying to. You look, the airlock and the doors have closed to the maintenance hatch into the room. So she's trying to get them open as the three of you approach. She kind of looks back towards you and doesn't really like think much, is focused on the task in front of her.
Trouble with the door?
Yeah, something just locked me out, like, just a few minutes ago, and, well, I know Matthews was doing maintenance on those robots in there, and he said there were so many of them that we're going to have 2 hands to recycle them. But now I'm shut out.
Is there any form of, like, panel or something on the side by the doors, or is it all through the slates?
There's an access panel. She's accessing it wirelessly right now, but just through, like, standard systems.
Is there a mechanical override?
There is, but you're going to have to cut into the wall, and I don't know if the head engineer is going to be too happy about that. As you're standing there on the other side of the door, you hear... She kind of like leans in. Matthews? You hear like a silence for a second, and you hear the voice from the engineer you spoke to earlier, Julian, who was in that room. Yeah, can you get this thing open? She just looks back down. I'm trying. It looks back to the three of you. Listen, screw the head engineer. One of you got a blowtorch?
Do we?
Do I have a blowtorch?
Do you have like a toolkit? We can look at your gear here for a second.
Gun.
Gun. I mean, gun.
And just blow it open.
If one of you has an appropriate weapon. Yeah, I mean, Gaius has a grenade launcher.
Oh god.
Not sure if we want to use the grenade launcher just yet.
Well, we're in engineering. There's got to be one here somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, do we have anything nearby that we can go for?
She'll direct you. There's a tool station just over there. I'm gonna try and keep overriding this on the software side. Yeah, grab something from there, acetylene, whatever you need.
I'm going to go over there and look for items to cut into the wall and get the door open.
Yep. So you open up the toolbox. You see it's a pretty hefty array of different like welding and patching tools. Kind of sift through them for a second. You pick out like it's probably like 20, 25 pounds. You built this like arm length size blowtorch that hooks into your hard suit as like support as you walk it over to the hallway or to the door frame. And she kind of like shakes her head. I'm totally locked out. All right, well, based on the spec, I think the mechanical override should be right behind. And she like moves like a few steps to the right. Here. Cut here. We should be able to get to the lock override right behind it.
All right, let's see how this goes.
All right. I think this is going to be... Might be yet another hack and fix. Unless there is a... No, I think... Yeah, go ahead and make a hack and fix. You're just hacking mechanically. The force from this tool kind of kicks you back for a second as you begin cutting into the wall. You're doing it, but it's taking a long time. That is taking longer than you had anticipated. And the tool begins to run low on fuel when you get around halfway through the panel. You begin to tool down the blowtorch end to go and refuel. And as you do, you all see the access panel ba-ding, turn green and just stand open for a second. She kind of looks back, taps her slate. The door opens, and you see the engineer Matthews you saw earlier now with his hard suit helmet on, in not EVA gear, but like would be protected from a vacuum if necessary. Knowing that those of you who've been in this room before, that room could have a vacuum in it if the airlock was opened. However, it's pressurized as it opens up. Over the hard suit helmet PA, you hear him say, "Thanks. I don't know what's going on." Looking at the helmet, you can't see his face through it. That it's kind of clouded. And each of you make a read a situation check. The three of you that are here. You'll notice that something's off about this engineer. That as they stand there, their helmet, not the easiest to see through even when a visor is closed or open. But there's like some sort of substance on the inside of the helmet that's blocking his, like being able to see his face through it. Looking past him into the room, you see the subalterns that were in the corner before that were fried are strewn about the room. Several of them have torn themselves to shreds and are strewn about the maintenance area. Behind it, you can see your frame, Julian, completed, and the systems are all at full repair.
What's with the helmet?
Yeah, you feeling okay?
The engineer kind of turns to you for a second. You can see like there's kind of like a an uneasy kind of like shaking to his head as he turns towards you. Yeah, I feel fine. Why?
I think you can take that off now.
As you say that, he kind of cocks his head back forward and begins to just kind of like walk between both of you back towards the engineering room. No, I feel fine. The same voice from before coming over the PA, the exact same way that it was set earlier.
Hold my arm out to stop him.
You kind of hold him out, and he kind of walks against you. You can feel, just for a moment, that the power from the hard suit is kind of like adding to his walk for a moment. It's not like enough to like shove you over or anything, but you can tell it's an assisted movement. Again, you hear the chime over the intercom across the ship that the show is to begin shortly on the observation deck.
Gretchen would pull out her pistol that she keeps at her side and point it at him. We asked you to stop. Please do so.
Is there a latch on the helmet that I can just reach for right now?
There is. As Gretchen is doing that, let me go here real quick. You're going to make a... what is it? What's like the equivalent of an intimidate here? Take control? Yeah. Do a take control check. I should refer to them as skill trigger. That's what the true terminology is. You point the pistol at the helmet. The other engineer that was there, she like takes a step back. She's like, Jesus! As you hold the pistol out, holding him in place, guys, you reach forward and click the exterior lock on the helmet. In case their slate control of the helmet fails, they have a manual override on the outside that they can grab. And the helmet stays closed, but the visor, the sun visor inside of it slides up. And you all see the engineer inside of this hard suit, his head cocked to the side, blood has splattered inside of the helmet itself. He seems to be killed. He's being held upright by the power servos inside the hard suit. He kind of lurches slowly against Julian's holding his arm out. His own body contributing no torque to the movement. And you hear the same sound play over the PA on the helmet again. I feel fine. The other engineer kind of looks, Jesus, Matthews! And she like walks around him and looks in the room where the subalterns have like torn themselves to shreds. And she kind of looks around. What the hell is happening in here? One of you need to get on the horn with the captain. She kind of like looks between the three of you, looks down at her slate, and she's like, I'm still locked out.
Yep, I'll do it. Give the captain a call.
All right. So you ping the captain's slate. You see her face come up on the communication thing on your wrist.
Hey, there's a lot of...
I'll say before you say anything, she'll say, this is ship-wide, just so you know. Not broadcast out, but we're on a secure channel. She kind of gives you like a knowing look. That she's implying this is on the encrypted comm channel, because it's between sections of the ship.
All right, but she's just implying that everybody can listen.
Whoever's listening to the signal being broadcast, not the whole ship on board, but yeah.
Yeah, there's some weird things going on with the ship right now, and you may want to come down to engineering once you have the chance, just so we can have a talk.
You see her kind of like look up towards the rest of the room and look down. I'll come down shortly. And you see the call hang up. As the engineer that walked out at Matthews, like the servos in the armor kind of slow down, begin to run out of juice, and slumps as you kind of hold him there for a second, Julian. And like lay him down on the ground. You can tell that his injuries were from some sort of brute force, and he was probably wearing his suit when it happened.
Jesus. All right, well, we should check out this room then. Someone want to stay here and watch this guy?
So on the guy that died, does it just look like one of the robots may have like kicked him in at some
Possibly, yeah.
point?
It's not like a full suit of armor he's wearing. It's just a hard suit to protect from the elements or the
Are
light.
any of the robots still moving around right now, or are they all?
Looking in the room, they seem to have torn themselves apart. And as you walk in, looking at the printer that had finished the job on Julian's mech, looking to the smaller printer next to it, is where the robots are being manufactured from. You see it's in like a mid-construction state, but it's halted. And several more of those bots were being made, but now it's been shut down, probably from Mastodon calling it off.
I wonder if the printer might have anything about who put that code into the bots. It might be worth checking out.
The engineer that stands in front of it. Well, the only person that would have access to any of the source code would be Mass. I mean, hell, even the captain's not a systems expert, and he's the only one with security clearance. As they say this, both on the display for the printer and the rest of you still in the core room, after seeing Mass suddenly go into a shutdown state. These few minutes that have passed, a light projects out from each of them, and every screen on the ship that's visible within eyesight has Mass's face on it for a moment. The same jovial look, kind of strokes his beard for a second. You can tell that there's a shimmer to it, and his the right side of his sunglasses are cracked and broken. And he goes, "There's a show on the observation deck. We're getting close to midnight. I think you'll all find it very beautiful." And then turns off. With that, we'll take a short intermission. So you all see this transmission, the ominous message from Mass being broadcast out across the ship. His voice kind of different than when it was before. Still sarcastic, but some sort of rattling echo to it. As the screens go black, the engineer in the hard suit falling limp with the servos giving out, and the printer now being halted. There's this eerie silence that falls across the engineering room as you all kind of stand there listening, as the engineers kind of quietly mutter to each other what's going on. People checking different systems. They don't say, they don't hear any words that anything else is out of the ordinary, but they're obviously all very freaked out. So it's Gaius, Gretchen, and Julian in maintenance right now. The other three of you are still in the core room. Midnight is minutes away, as the message that came back across was Mass saying, "You don't want to miss this show. It's going to be quite beautiful." And cutting the transmission. What do you guys want to do as you stand here in this kind of quiet silence for a second? Victor looking like surprised. He has no words. He's speechless.
Claudia's gonna say we have to go,
Could be a trap.
but we need to protect the administrator.
Victor will kind of look to you. I feel comfortable saying that we should probably cut our transit short. If I can, I'll put a tight beam out to NDF, but we only have a few minutes till midnight. It's going to be a while till they get here. I think we pulled the cord.
Definitely agreed.
All right, so you guys are heading back to the observation deck. What about the rest of you?
I think we should try and find a cause of that. See if we can trace anything from this printing machine. See
Yeah,
where
we
it's
haven't actually
coming
looked
from.
around in here yet.
Okay. So you go up to the size 1 printer where the bots were being made. One's kind of halfway being completed. You can tell that like kind of an angle to the bot's control board where it stopped midway through. You're able to interface with the machine if you want. It's currently set to an offline state, but it's still powered. What do you want to try and figure out, and how?
I guess if it's been tampered with, and
Are there any like access logs on the machine?
If you hack into it, you can probably pull them off. But it's currently locked out because it was shut down. So it'll require somebody to manually interface with it.
I can do it.
All right.
You should pull a cord off of the side of the machine and plug it into her arm.
Yeah, it kind of snakes out the side and the engineering port hooks in. You run your security clearance code that you've been granted by the captain through it, and you go to look for access logs. You look at the firmware that was flashed to this printer. Originally was years ago, and updates have been pushed to it since then. However, regarding this current transit corridor, you can tell that the firmware that was pushed to this printer was pushed from the central command, which is where Mass resides in the core room. However, that code, now looking at it closer, that does seem to have some sort of either malfunction or malicious intent to it. The intent being unclear, but knowing that it's non-standard. The code itself was written and finalized before the departure of the ship from Yongra Station. However, that code was not put on this printer until about a day and a half ago.
Gretchen would convey that to our 2 party members here.
Two days ago, that's when all this shit was printed. We see where that came from. Was there any, I don't know, identification logs or?
The logs that are on there describe the standard schedule for the printer, almost entirely automated. That they were anticipating a celebration for this night, and they printed these extra bots. The bad or malicious code that was put on them and is present on the printer was not pushed to the printer until about a day and a half ago. So anything that had been printed since then, which are mostly these bots, would be affected by it. However, that code has sat somewhere, being authored much earlier on Yongra Station, almost several weeks before.
Is it possible to do like an investigate to find like, like I know we said it came from Yongra Station, but to find like the root person or whoever authorized that code before we left?
I think, let me read it real quick here.
Any frustrated programmer's notes?
Yeah, I think you use investigate for that for sure. It may take some time. So you may be doing this while you're moving with the rest of the party. But you have the logs on your system now, so you can go through them as you walk.
Okay. I'm going to look at this further. Is there anything else we need in here? It seemed kind of ominous.
It's in the printers. Is in my mech?
You can interface with the large printer, find out.
I would like to find out.
Are you going to do the same thing, Gretchen, on that printer as well?
Yeah, sure. Since I have the data logs on my person, I'll interface quick.
All right. And yeah, Julian, you can walk up to your frame and start reading off the logs from it as well. Same deal as before. You pull out the EDP and you plug it in, run your security code that the captain gave you, and you're able to discern that There was code also pushed to this printer. However, Julian, as you sit in the cockpit for a moment, reading the maintenance logs on your mech, you can tell that there was an attempted push of malicious code, but the onboard security systems kept it at bay, and your mech is totally unaffected. That this frame has a more robust system than just a simple printer for building autonomous drones.
Everything shows are all good on my end.
Got any other frames in here? Last thing we need is a bunch of mechs running around, slamming into walls and killing people.
Do you want to investigate? There's 2 other frames in this room. If you want to, you can spend some time, look at them. However, you don't have security clearances for these because they are not property of the ship. So you would have to hack into them if you wanted to try and get anything out of them.
Sure.
All right. There is they're both Everest frames, one being like a heavy load frame for like utility work, and another one seems to be some sort of security frame, possibly HA MAG, but still in significant repair, and most of the base systems have been either destroyed or stripped off, and so the maintenance has not been completed on that yet during transit. Which one do you want to start with?
All right, I missed that. Are they both like fully mobile? Like, do they have like, complete leg systems and stuff like that? That
The first one could for sure. The second one maybe. There are leg systems in place, but no offensive weaponry has been installed or replaced on that one yet. And the first one is a utility build, so it doesn't have any to begin with.
I'll do the first one then.
Okay, you're going to go ahead and make a hack and fix to try and break into that mech. And what do you want to try and find out?
If there's any malicious code hidden in there somewhere.
Okay. Yeah, as you do, you have to override some security protocols on this. And you find out that this is a mech that's being used by a private contractor on Fargrave. That they're not actually aboard, that they've ordered this mech to be printed en route. Just because it was the only place they could find printing time. And you don't find any malicious code put on this. And actually, for a moment, you're shut out of the system due to the security system on board. This seems pretty robust.
First one here's fine. I guess I'd want to do the second one too, since I'm there.
Same thing then.
Yeah.
This one seems to be in enough of a state of disrepair that it's going to take you some time to be able to dig deeper down. You're going to need some sort of hardware interface, and it's going to take you probably 30 minutes to an hour to get that together. So if you want to try and sit here and do that, you can. Otherwise, at a glance, it doesn't seem like it's very responsive. That this is, if it's functional at all, it's very rudimentary. You can't tell what the source code is.
Yeah, I think that would be enough. I don't have the time to go into further detail with it. I wouldn't be too worried about this one either. In the state it's in, and given that it has no weaponry, at least in easy reach, we should be okay. It'll probably be contained to this area if something did go ballistic.
All right.
Did anybody try to get a hold of our other comrades, see what's going on, see if they found anything?
I'll go ahead and pop Elliot a message.
You see Julian pop up on your slate.
You guys get that weird message too?
Yeah, I think it's going south here.
Someone was trying to push malicious code to mechs. Succeeded in doing it to the barb bots.
Well, if they got to the NHP here, I'd be
Shit.
surprised. Might have to, I don't know. I think we pull the plug on this whole thing. Going to hell in a handbasket.
Probably tell the captain to make that call.
We're on the way.
We'll meet you there.
All right, so you're all heading back to the observation deck?
Yeah.
Yeah. If we're not like running, Gretchen would want to start looking at that code she has to see
Sure.
if she can find that source.
Yeah, you're making your way as fast as you can, but as you look over and dig down for authorship and transference on this code that was put on here, you can tell that it was written, authored, and pushed up by a certified engineer on Yangra Station. However, the personnel record has been completely wiped, and it's basically a dead pointer, which is even when engineers are fired or die or anything that leads to them not being a continuous like pointer in the system, that they don't just get removed completely, that there's some other flag for that, and that whoever authored this has erased themselves or has been erased by somebody else from the system. But it was on Yangra Station itself. Further
Right.
investigation shows that it was basically waiting for a master signal of some kind. That this was waiting for a switch to flip somewhere else to start injecting itself into the printed targets.
Okay.
As all of you arrive back on the observation deck, people are packed in here. The captain, who is on the way to engineering, kind of meets you halfway down the hall from there, as you made yourselves up there much quicker than she was coming down. She kind of stops in the hall and looks to each of you and goes, "Got a call from Victor. Told me that we're pulling the plug. Giving a command to the engine room. Burn us down. I've already put a call out to the MDF. Problem is," and you hear a chime over the intercom again, designating that it's now midnight. "This is the dead zone. Just a few minutes. Our tight beam will go out. But," and you kind of hear poof, 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 off the starboard side of the ship. And you hear people cheering in the observation room. And she goes, "The gunnery department. Quickly!" And she turns around and leads you all back up to the observation deck. You see these gorgeous plumes of luminescent, like phosphorus and stuff, exploding in space and kind of scattering. Targeting lasers used to create these designs in them, and all the crowd inside the observation room, despite the ominous message that came over a moment ago, perhaps not knowing the context behind it, cheer wildly as these explosions take place off the side. No live munitions, nothing, but seem to be completely decorative in design. And you all stand watching out the window as you see the captain open up her own slate and command the tight beam to be sent. You see the crest of a level 1 emergency recall for an MDF ship go out. And you all feel the ship lurch a little bit as the burn begins to slow the ship down to a navigational speed where you can make more kind of tight maneuvers if you need to. It's a very large ship, not built for fighting. And you'll kind of like brace yourself for a moment as it begins to slow, but it's a long process. Looking out the window through the smoke and the designs being projected out onto it, you hear the administrator kind of take a step forward from the crowd. He looks and he goes, "What exactly is that?" You all follow his gaze. Looking through the smoke, you see several silhouettes become larger and darker. They puff through the smoke silently, and in the dead of space, you see about 6 to 8 frames hurtling towards the ship in dead silence. While the crowd doesn't completely notice it all at the same time you do. The captain looks directly at the squad in front of her and goes, "Cargo hold."
That's our cue.
I turn and just start running.
Yep. On the way.
Yeah, dead sprint.
Mm-hmm.
You all start quickly making your way to the cargo hold where the frames are held. As you're running down along the top deck of the ship, a quicker access point to get down again and ride an elevator down. You get in the elevator shaft and it hurtles down towards the engineering area. That same cargo bay that held several of your frames. On the outside of the ship, near the engine room, you can hear boom, 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 things latching on and landing on the outside of the ship. Victor comes up on your slates, and you see him in the engine room, a emergency light turning overhead above him, and he goes, "We've got a situation. If you haven't figured that out yet, some people are landing. Mechs, unknown origin, silhouette unrecognized. I'm counting at least 6. Now, the ship, the Sequoia," and you're all still riding the elevator down towards the engineering room. "Sequoia's thick. Conventional munitions, they won't be able to break through, not for several days, probably, and by then the MDF will show up. Even those blast doors can take a beating. Problem is they landed by the radiators. This used to be a hauling ship. Dead vacuum inside. Mag hold. Now, it's pressurized. A lot of bodies, a lot of energy, a lot of heat. Those radiators are the only thing from cooking ourselves inside of here. I don't know what the plan is, but whatever they're up to, it's no good. If they're doing it around the radiators, there's no fixing that before we get planetside. When you get down there, pop the lock, make your way up, defend those radiators. I've gotten clearance from the captain. You've got weapons free. Just try not to shoot too many holes in my ship."
Heard.
With a thunk, the elevator lands at the bottom of the shaft and it quickly opens. You see several engineers are cleaning up and recycling the automata that had scattered around the hull in this room. You walk forward, and each of you begin to open the locks for the frames that you have stored in this room. The house lights in the runway all turn on, and they illuminate each of your frames. Do you guys want to take a second to describe what your frame currently looks like? And just a vibe, a glance?
Sure. I can start.
Yeah.
I would describe Elliot's mech. Would the mech be called Indigo, or that's my call sign?
That's your call sign. You can, if you want a separate name for it, you can.
I'll revisit that. But my mech is very utilitarian, quite rugged, covered in ERA, smoke grenades, very wide-bodied and kind of rugged frame, ready for a scrap.
All right, we'll just go down the list here, guys.
Yeah, so my mech is very functional. It's got a bunch of different parts that are not fully matching. They're clearly like different parts that are added on over time or scavenged or adapted to fit to the frame. And then it's working off a base that's got 4 legs and it's decked out with very heavy equipment on top.
All right. Gretchen.
Right. So, for, I guess, everyone's reference, I'm not using an Everest. My mech is actually the Chamalangma, or however you pronounce that.
It's going to take a long time for us to get
I
that
know.
down. It took me about an hour of saying it, so.
And as I guess, as Gretchen would be on her way to her mech, she'd probably send out a ping to Finnick to get the get gears turning. We're heading deck side. But it's a very red color scheme. A little bit of weaponry scattered throughout, but the back has what feels like a larger comms array almost, and gives her a little bit more range to get into enemy frames. One of the arms is miscolored, as it's been replaced rather recently and didn't have time to get the paint to match.
All right. Julian.
My mech is a thermal lance with arms and legs.
The A10 of mechs.
Yes.
Anything else you want to add to it, or is that you want to leave it short and sweet?
Short and sweet.
All right.
What is a thermal lance? Is that a sniper rifle sort
It's like
of
a heavy
deal, or-
cannon. It's like a heavy beam cannon. It shoots out like a 10 space beam that damages everything in the way.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
But it makes heat.
Byron.
My mech is more slender, kind of a support mech with a grenade launcher on the back. Nothing really special about him.
Okay. And Claudia.
Mine is big and bulky, set for upfront and close fighting. Uses lots of fists.
Specifically, one giant red fist on the,
Yes.
on the left arm. All right. Each of you walk up to the stalls where the frames are stored, and they go from their compact storage mode, kind of begin to unfold. The cockpits like opening up, some of them kneeling down to allow people to climb in. And each of you begin to spin up your mech. Julian, specifically, you check the new systems that have been printed out, and they'll read green across the board. Each of you steps out into the giant hangar in the back, stepping around some of the cargo that's held there, trying not to destroy it. The alarm lights begin to spin, and an airlock warning begins to fill the room as the engineers that were cleaning up the automata that were in there see all of you entering into the room in the frames, begin to scurry out through the airlock door that you originally tried to hack into. You see one of them like put their hand on the door frame and look out, and just you hear like over the PA from their suit that they've left on, they go, "Oh my God." And the airlocks shut as the room decompresses, a lot of it being vented back into the ship. The back of this hold, interlocking doors coming apart, and then another set folding out, the blast doors opening out into the dead of space. You see there's just a void of black and stars ahead of you. The ship is currently traveling. If you're at the front of the ship is traveling backwards for you because they're doing a reverse burn to slow down. So if there was like wind resistance in this, if you were to jump down, if this was an airplane, you would like go flying forward. But you're currently in speed with the ship. All of your mech's mag systems lock onto the deck, and you're able to move pretty normally in this environment. It's 0G. The rules in Lancer for 0G are basically if you don't have an EVA system or a propulsion system, that you can move normally, but you can't boost unless otherwise specified. And there's one other thing for it, but I'm trying to remember. Let's see. Yeah, EVA systems, you're slowed, and if you are not wearing a hard suit with a helmet, please refrain from opening your cockpit.
Fair enough.
All of you would don the hard suit as well.
You're not my dad.
Which you respectfully wear. And all right, you guys begin to march out the back of the hangar bay. It's
I'm flying out.
Yeah, those of you that have propulsion, you can fly out, and it's a little bit disorienting at first because you have to go vertically up the side of this massive ship. So you almost have to like go out and up, but as you're walking up, reaching the top where the radiator arrays are, you have to go down yet again. No gravity affecting you, kind of being harnessed into your mechs at this point. We'll switch over. I'm going to make available to you now in Foundry, it'll be under your items tab, which shouldn't have anything in it right now. If I make all players observer, you should have sit reps and sit rep 1. This will lay out the goals and victory conditions for this sit rep. This is a control mission. The idea being there are 4 control zones, each one being a radiator array of its own. Basically a King of the Hill style with multiple hills, and whoever holds at the end of a round, whichever team solely holds... Oh, I still haven't transitioned this, have I? There we go. Whoever holds a zone at the end of that round, team-wise, gets a point, and the other team gets points respectively for their own zones. There are 6 rounds, and whoever has the most at the end will lead to the victory for that. So the stakes here being defending the integrity of the radiator array to prevent further catastrophe, even if some take damage during this. Usually the way that Lancer does combat is that you may not lose an encounter by you all die trying to defend the radiator array. You may just not be quick enough to stop them from doing something. So it's a 6-round timer essentially on this. Yeah, that's about it. As you arrive here, you guys will be able to deploy anywhere in... Let me measure the zone for you here.
John, you said we can't boost if we don't have any other methods?
If you don't have a propulsion system or an EVA, you can't. But stay tuned for that in this combat. But for now, you can. And anywhere, let's say, I'll color this so you can know. Anywhere in this green zone here, can you guys see that?
Yeah.
You can choose to deploy your mech anywhere in that area as you guys
Nice.
kick off the microgravity of the ship and arc upwards using the small, what is that, Steven? RCA? The monopropellant stuff?
Yes.
RCS?
Yeah, RCS.
Yeah, to kind of push yourselves in an arc landing on the top of the ship. Sure enough, as you land, you see immediately, there's no cardinal directions, but to your quote-unquote south, 2 unidentified mechs, kind of with 4 spidered legs that stick out and mag onto the hull. Large missile arrays mounted on the side of them, in place, as you all land down. Go ahead and place your mech where you would like to start in that green zone.
All right, should we plan out a little strategy here?
I'm gonna yeet over the wall to a cap sound right away.
Yeah,
If we
likewise.
can climb over the wall, I'm probably just going to jump over to the right here.
So kind of 3 people to each side, maybe one person sitting on each point, and then 1 person in the middle. Is that kind of... right now we only see them in the south, but they could definitely be coming from other directions too.
Right.
Sure.
Looks like we have 4 on the left side and 2 on the right.
I'll go right side then. Toolbox. Do you want to be in between the 2 points? On the right, or were you looking to set up shop towards the top, and then I can position in the middle?
I can kind of float around because I've got pretty long range weapons too.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I'll put myself in a position so I can take a shot with the sniper.
Yep.
And you can go straight for the control point.
Oh, we have to sit inside of the control point. Is that right?
Correct. If you want to get points for it or contest
Yeah.
it. I believe contested control points don't give anybody a point. I'll double check that real quick.
All right. I'll hop inside of this one to the top right.
Let's
Closed action economy.
Terminals, hangers, Yep. So if it's a contested, so even if one of you is inside the control point with 3 other enemies, you'll prevent them from getting a point if they're in there. Likewise, they can do the same to you.
Actually, should I go for the top right one or the bottom right one?
Come closer to where the enemies are, right? Because like,
We could have more coming eventually, but having where they are currently probably
Also,
is a
yeah,
very good.
and just so you know, enemy
You don't
deployment
know
will
where
take
all-
place after yours. Yeah,
Oh, okay, gotcha.
in this sit rep.
Hmm. What do you guys think of this kind of setup? Are we too exposed in the back, or
I think so. Maybe a little bit more mid between me and Steven. Somewhere like there.
be like right here? I'm pretty close range.
We can swap. I've got
Yeah, that might be best. You're pretty long range, right?
ish. Yeah.
Ish. Okay.
I went front just because I'm close range.
Sarah wants to punch things.
I do. I didn't get a chance to do it last time. I want to.
All
I'll
right.
be right back. Just
Everybody's in a position they want to be in. Sounds like.
I think we're good.
All right. Let me add you guys to the combat tracker then. Let's see. Actually, you guys should be able to add yourself. If you can click your own mech, add yourself to combat with that little sword and shield icon. I will add... who stepped out? Oh, maybe nobody did.
Oh, I'm already back.
Oh. We're just missing one person. I think toolbox.
Yeah, how do I do that?
Right click your mech and then click the sword and shield.
Oh, okay.
That's to add yourself to combat here.
Got it.
And I will add these two. Alright, now enemy deployment. One's going to land here. This is open deployment on this combat, which is unconventional. Some people may yell at me about it. But
Oof.
all right. We are in. Is there anything you guys want to square up before we get started?
We can't move our deployment now, right?
Deployed.
No, we were deployed.
Shit. All right.
We'll be fine.
Yeah. So it looks like a couple of assaults to the right side. They're going to be kind of tanky, I would guess.
And you guys will have access to the... I wonder if I can put the class in the chat real quick for some of the ones that you have not fought before. Let me see if I can do that.
We can see the in the yeah. In the unfinished sentence.
I don't know why I just made that guy say that. Ignore it.
Rainmaker.
Rainmaker.
You can click that and it'll show you the base class for a Rainmaker. The rules dictate that the players get access to the base class, but you don't know any additional stuff that's on it. Without some sort of like ability that you guys do, like a quick tech.
Gotcha.
And let me do the other one here.
It's flat out showing us what are the optional features. So
You just don't know what's on this Mac.
oh,
Yeah.
safe to assume the Rainmaker has missiles, though.
Visible
The
missiles,
missile
yes.
knows.
Yeah, I liked that reference before, by the way.
The
What
missile's
did you
coming
say
for
about
you,
the
kiddo.
missile?
Did you, do
The
you know
missile
where the
knows
signal,
where it is.
You don't know where the signal is, but do you know where it isn't?
Thank you.
Oh, that's what the hell.
Yeah.
Love it.
All right, we're all good. Let's begin. Also, total note. I don't know why these three are considered neutral. Total note: we probably will not finish the entirety of the combat this session because there's only so much time left. We're gonna end about 3:30, but let's get moving here. From the player team, you guys get to pick who goes first.
I want to yeet over that wall and hit both those guys with a thermal lance.
I'm gonna
We
go
have him,
punch
Chief.
this guy.
Strider's going first, sounds like.
Do Strider first, and then Scourge second.
All right, Strider, you're up.
Oh, it's you're telling me I'm colliding with a wall when I go to move? How do I make it so that I can just fly?
You have to raise the elevation on your token, which I think you can do for maybe the right-click menu here. Is it this?
Is
one?
that this?
5. Okay, so if you right-click, see this. There's like the normal boxes on top and left, and then there's that blue one. There's another box under the or above the gear icon. Put a 1, 2, or 3. Like 1 would be going up 1 unit. 2 would be going up 2 units.
Above the gear icon? I don't see it.
If you right-click your mech
Yeah.
token,
Yeah, right click my Mac.
above the gear, is there not another field?
I don't
I
see
don't
a
see
gear.
gear.
Oh, maybe that's just for me then. We can figure that out
There's
later.
like a-
I will just. You just want to go up 1 unit and over.
Yeah, I just want to go literally just plop over the wall.
Okay, so you'll go up 1, over 1, and then down
Yeah.
1 here. So that's 3.
My target.
You can either double right-click, or you can get the targeting tool off the bar.
Well, let me target. So how are we gonna do damage? It won't let me target both, but this is a
You should
line.
be able to target both if you use the targeting tool, or if you can you shift right double click.
There we go. Targeted both.
You're trying to shoot a line. It sounds like.
Yeah, it's a thermal lance.
Okay.
So
Looks
they
like
should
that.
be lined up.
I want to double check something real quick with line attacks.
Mm-hmm.
If you go to mech combat basics, here, scroll down. That's blast. Where's line here?
There's a thing on CompCon. It's a separate attack roll is made for each target, but damage is rolled only once, and bonus damage is halved if there are multiple
Yeah.
characters affected.
I'm just wondering if line. Do you just pick 2 points and pick a like? It says it has to be in a straight line, so I wonder if that means it has to be in a hexagonal line. Wonder if Shaka's still here. Maybe he can answer that question. But basically, the question being, if you just pick another spot, right? Kind of like I can show you on the map here. If you pick like a spot, if it has to be like along this axis, or if you just get to pick a spot and draw a line like that and it's affected squares. I would assume it's like this. So you have to do like this, this, this.
Well, that would kind of make this weapon
Apparently-
pretty shit.
Apparently it doesn't matter. It's my
Doesn't
call.
matter?
Yeah, I'm going to say that we should do it the way you're targeting it then.
Okay.
Because, yeah, that would fuck you
That'd
big
be
time.
very situational.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, as long as you just measure out the maximum, so you always, because it's gonna fire 10 no matter what, right? So looks like
Yeah.
it's gonna hit. It's gonna go into that control zone. But yeah,
We can go outside the control zone like this.
you're good.
All right.
Oh, can we
Damage the
damage the
radiators?
yeah?
That's why I'm aiming
Can
outside.
you damage them? He's not going to damage it with this attack. You imagine you probably could, given enough.
Where do we
But there.
have to shoot to damage it? Here? Or here?
Basically anywhere within the control zone or
Okay.
along the edge. Yeah. But you're not sure what kind of munitions they could shrug off. I mean, it is a pretty beefy ship. It's huge. And these mechs that are here have not immediately opened fire on them.
All right.
Do we even know if these are the bad guys? Yeah, fuck it. Blast them.
Fuck it. Blast them. I
you
don't
could-
believe I have any accuracy. So
You can scan, too, as a quick tech, I believe, right? If you want to find out information about them.
no scan, only kill.
The dog meme.
Yeah.
No scan, only kill. Alright. So you're targeting both. Looks like you hit both. With a 9. Oh yeah, because their evasion is what, 8? Yeah. Alright, so it looks like 5 energy for both of these. I just want to see if a line attack I assume you're just making one roll.
Yeah,
for
just
it.
a skirmish.
Yeah. I didn't know if it was like you target each character along the line and then do a separate one, but I'm guessing you just do one. Okay, so they both take 5 energy damage here, which I will edit.
You should still have movement, right?
Yes, you used 3.
So I've got 7 left. I'll go ahead and...
Because you can boost, because he has the EVA.
Right. Go ahead and yeet over here.
All
And
right.
that'll be my turn.
I just see, because you're not, I don't have token vision enabled, but these walls are size 1. So if you were to shoot at this guy, you'll have to move a little bit. Or pop up and then do it.
Right. It's the same as... Yeah.
Yep. Okay, nothing else?
Yeah, that's it.
All right. We will go to the opponent turn here. Who's going to pick, let's see, this Rainmaker is going to go. Their range here. What's their movement? Move is 3. I'm going to move here. They are... Wait. Where's Indigo? Oh, why are there 2 Indigos in this map? Alright. Sorry.
Wait, are there?
There were 2. I got rid of one.
Oh.
Might have been GM headed from you.
Secret doppelganger.
Yeah. Oh, I never read this Javelin Rocket skill. Interesting. They're going to move here. They're going to use a system that they have to boost to here. And let's check the range here for everybody. Uh-oh, stinky.
Jesus.
They are going to fire off their missile pods here. Just want to make sure I'm reading this right. So it's arcing. Okay. Looks like you can target 1 to 3 characters at a time. So it's going to be these 3 here. Make sure I'm not targeting anybody else. I'm going to make an attack with that missile pod. It looks like Tailwind and Red Falcon were hit. Scourge is missed with the shot. So go ahead and take 4 explosive damage. For those 2 we were hit. Scourge, you evade. They also have knockback 1, which, let me double check. I believe will push you in a direction if it hits. Where's our knockback here? They may choose to knock their target spaces in a straight line away from the point of origin. Sure. So each of you are pushed 1 here, and the 2 of you are stuck against this wall. So you're kind of thrown up against that wall. Scourge, you managed to brace yourself against the blast. And Tailwind, you're not pushed, but you are injured from that. That's their move and their quick and that. Okay, so that's going to be their turn. Who is Strider going to nominate for the next turn?
Who wants to go? Who thinks they've got a good strat?
I would like to nominate myself.
I've also got a good shot for hitting both of these guys on the right with a grenade launcher.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and pick Red Falcon then, just because getting as much damage out as possible in the early phases against as many things as we can. I think it's pretty good before they start splitting up.
So who's going?
Red Falcon.
All right.
Okay. Just looking at my shit quick. Okay, so I can't make, unless I climb over this wall, I couldn't make tech attacks against these two characters, correct? Because I don't have line of sight? Or I forgot how we did that before.
So they're size 1 walls, and what I have been told in the chat is that you should be able to see over. Line of sight is not affected by same size cover, but the idea behind this cover being that you can't shoot unless you are like me. Like it's supposed to be like full size 1, so like it's as tall as your mech is. So you probably know where the enemies are over there, and you have like line of sight of them. But to make an attack, you'd have to move up.
Okay, so to make an attack with weapons, I'd have to move to make a quick tech against an opponent. I would still qualify for line of sight.
I don't think you need line of sight depending on the quick tech. Let me check. If I go to the quick tech options here.
Oh, sorry, I'm thinking of invade primarily. Yeah.
Well,
for the
invade
other
is
one,
a subset of quick tech, right? So.
Yeah.
I think they just have to be in your sensor range.
Okay.
You do need line of sight. Okay, it sounds like you do need line of sight as well.
Okay.
So yeah, I guess in this instance then I should classify these barriers as size 2. If they're tall enough to keep you from passing over them because they're not size 1/2 and they're blocking your line of sight, that these will be 2. But I won't make you pay an extra move if anybody's already moved over it.
Okay. I'm going to boost so that way I can get over the wall with my.
Do you have?
I have rapid burst jump jets.
Okay. Sweet.
Oh, I'm dumb. That was someone else who said they had a grenade launcher.
I noticed you
Yeah,
were like.
Wasn't that Steven?
Yeah, fuck.
It was like Derek with the fuck you to both of them.
I was like, all right,
Yeah.
guess I'll just sit here.
I'm sorry, Steve.
Okay, how do I increase my height again, or is that what I need to do?
It looks like you did. It looks like you +1'd it. Do you see the +1 over your token?
Yeah, I do.
That's your elevation.
Okay. So is it? Because it's not letting me move over there yet.
Where did you change this?
On my token.
You're like in your token options here.
Yeah, on the right.
Elevation, yeah. Try setting it to 5. I think this might be set where like 5 is equal to 1 with D&D.
Oh wait, I think I figured it out.
You got it? Okay.
Yeah.
Is it 5s?
Can you try doing that again, but just make it a +1 and see if it works again?
Sure.
Just to test.
Okay.
Just so I know what to troubleshoot for next time.
It didn't change.
Well, you're still +5.
Yeah, we are experiencing technical difficulties. Now it's not letting me change it on my token menu
That's
for some
super
reason.
weird. I'll set it to 1 here. Okay, now try moving.
It says attempted token movement collides with at least one wall.
Okay, so I'm guessing wall height is configured for like D&D heights or something. So just set it to, yeah, you can just Control Z yourself back over here. What was it here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I am going to quick tech lock on the pyro boy here.
Next to you.
Yeah.
All right, I will add a lock to him.
And then I'm going to make a tech attack against him.
This was one thing that we wondered last time we had combat was since you can't take the same quick action twice, do quick techs all fall under the same category? Like, can you lock and then quick tech as a tech attack invade? I don't know. Now that we have people actually in the chat, I wonder if they can answer that. Because I know, like for instance, you can't quick action boost twice. But there are multiple quick tech actions from the quick tech drop down. So you can. Okay, cool. So go ahead.
Okay. Then I'm going to do for invade, I'm going to make an attack using my advanced intrusion package. I'm going to do balance control lockout against the pyro.
All right.
Okay. Oh, it's because I'm not clicked on them yet.
Go ahead and roll them.
Okay.
And it should ask you if you want to consume a lock on, I believe. Did you... Oh, looks like you added an accuracy. You didn't click the consume lock on thing, though, right?
I thought I clicked consume lock on. Maybe I'm not.
It looks like you added a D6. You are using that lock on, though?
Yeah.
You're consuming it. Okay, so I'm going to take that off then.
Man, that's being weird. Might just be my internet or something.
Okay, so that is a... you rolled an exact 20 on that with the D6. So that's going to be a critical hit for it. So, let's look at your invade... What is it? You're doing balance control lockout?
Balance control lockout. I don't know why it's not letting me post it, but push your target 2 spaces in any direction and knock them prone. If they are already prone, they become immobilized until the end of their next turn. I can only immobilize each character one way, once per scene this way.
Okay. So which direction do you want to push them? As well as, does that base invade add 2 heat?
It does. It still adds the 2 heat that normal
heat.
invade does.
Gotcha.
I have another one that adds more. I'm gonna push him straight back.
All right, so like this?
Yeah.
All right.
And then I'm going to use my once per scene. I don't know if it's core power or not, but
core power is once per mission.
Okay.
A bunch of you use it on the training sim, but that's like you get 1 per entire mission. So keep that in mind.
I'm going to use Brilliance to... So, my first one, because, like, one of the things that I can do is when I make a tech attack against the hostile creature, I can also automatically scan them. So,
okay.
I would scan the pyro.
Okay.
If there's anything...
Scan is going to... you choose a character or object, ask the GM for one of the following pieces of information. The target's weapon systems, full statistics, everything, or hidden information about the target, such as confidential cargo or data, current mission or identity of the pilot, and so on. Let's see. And generic or public information about the target. Also, yeah, somebody pointed out, you boosted over the wall and then you locked on and quick tech. Were you able to use... Did you use...
Oh, I see.
Did you use it? Because I think you're used to using the Everest framer before.
So
it has the free boost action.
I think when I'm... Okay, I think I know what I did wrong there. I might not be able to do one of the extra things I might have just done. I boosted as a quick action.
Yeah.
And then my second quick action...
was lock on.
So
if you want, you can take... I'll let you take that lock on off. We're all... For anybody that's watching too, like, we're all very new to this. Like, it's a learning process, myself included. You only got a 1 on that D6. If you want to just not do the lock on, you're still going to hit. It just won't be a crit for whatever reason.
Fine, that's fine.
Well, let's do that. So, yeah, it's a 19. So, you did not lock on, then you did the invade, succeeded, pushed him.
Okay. Sorry, I'm taking forever.
No,
oh, I know what I was trying to do. I didn't convey it correctly. So I boosted as a quick action.
Yep.
And then
you can don't forget to use your tracker too, because it'll help you with this stuff.
Right.
So you
And then
moved, you boosted.
And then
you
I
invaded.
used lock on, and then I was going to use brilliance to make a quick tech as a free action.
Oh. So the quick
it
tech
would've-
is your invade. That's a free action.
Yes.
Gotcha. So yeah, you'd be able to do that because if you have your move, you move once, you boost, quick action, and then lock on is a quick action. Then you get your free invade as a part of that.
Right, and then when I do a tech attack, I get to scan. So it still lines up, but I didn't communicate it.
Okay, no, that's fine. I didn't. That's good to know.
That's on me.
No, you're good.
I guess I'm looking for information about the like confidential cargo or data from that pyro.
Okay. One piece of hidden information. So pick something from that. So do you want to know who the pilot is? Do you want to know what their current mission is? Do you want to know the identity? Do you want to know the cargo that's in there or data aboard? You could try it. Sorry, go ahead.
Let's do data because I'm assuming the pilots probably won't be alive for very long, so it won't matter.
Okay. So as you read over, you're trying to you manage to break into the systems, kind of like smash through the ICE protocol on there, and get the onboard data for the mech and download it. As you're landing down on the ship, their mech kind of being like pushed backwards, taking control of the mechanized systems on it. You get a readout on your terminal. At a glance, it'll need more examination, but at a glance, you see that there's also malicious code injected into this mech. It seems to be a little bit different of a form, maybe a little bit more advanced than the one that was found in the ship, but showing some of the same signatures and probably related to both. Like these two rogue programs are probably related to each other.
And then I forget. Do we end up? I think I ended up using that lock on then because everything lined up then.
Yes.
Correctly.
So it's still a 20.
Then the target has to choose whether or not they take 2 heat or 2 more heat or be pushed 3 spaces in a direction of my choice.
They're going to
For
take how much?
hacker.
3 heat, you said?
2 heat.
2 heat. They're going to take the 2 heat.
Okay. That should be everything.
All right. It'll be your turn. This one here. This assault. Where is he? This guy. They are all hostile. I don't know why these are classified as neutral right now. It's going to start up. Is going to move. Let's see, his speed is 4. It's going to use an attached jump jet. Land here. It's going to move into the CZ. That's that. And then it's going to prepare a quick action. I believe the prepare is a quick. Other actions, prepare quick. Yep. So he's prepared. You don't have line of sight to toolbox, so that's going to be his turn. All right, Red Falcon gets to pick who goes next.
I'm going to pick Scourge or Scourge.
Okay.
Scourge is up.
Okay. John, you may have said this already, but I probably wasn't paying attention when you said this. If I climb over the wall, how much movement is that?
So you don't have an EVA or a jump jet.
No.
So climbing here, it is 0G, which makes it easier. But let's see. Get some work. That's this. Jumping and climbing. Characters with legs can jump horizontally, moving half their speed. This is in max, right? Yeah, this is mech combat. You can move half your speed in a straight line, ignoring obstructions at ground level. Oh, that's jumping. Where's climbing? Oh, they climb at half their usual speed, so it's going to be difficult terrain.
So it'd be like,
it'll
if it's
cost
one
you-
space, it would take 2?
Yeah, that's how I'm treating it right now.
Okay.
For this one specifically.
So if I were to move, it would be, because I have 4, so if I was going to go this way, I'd be like 1, Oh, sorry, 2, 3, 4.
So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, right there. You can end up.
Oh, I collide with at least one wall.
I'll just move you here.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a wall height mod that I have that must be have something misconfigured on it.
Okay.
So, learning process.
Okay, so that was my movement. And
Yep.
I'm going to try this. I haven't done this yet because I've changed some things. I'm going to try and barrage.
Okay.
So
you can attack with 2 of your
Yep.
assistants here.
I first want to... I don't know how talents work, but I can lunge.
Let's look at your talents here. Under Hunter, once per round, when you attack an enemy with an auxiliary melee weapon, you may fly up to 3 spaces directly towards the target before the attack. This movement ignores engagement and doesn't provoke reactions. Okay, so yeah, you can... So if you're attacking with an aux weapon, it counts as flying for 3 spaces towards them, and you ignore engagement. So you are...
Yeah.
That's to like prevent you from getting hitched on different characters.
Yep.
You have to get line of sight first. So if you went up and then made an attack, that's interesting to think about because you have to move in order to use this aux weapon. Melee, you may fly 3 spaces directly towards it before the attack. I wonder if this skill lets you do that in lieu of your movement. So do you get 3 spaces of movement for free?
Would that be it, or would it be in addition to?
That's what I'm wondering. Is
Okay.
I don't know if it matters too much for this round. I guess I'll probe the experts for that. But
Okay.
for this, all it's going to do for you is allow you to ignore engagement and won't provoke reactions from people when you.
Yeah,
I'm assuming you're attacking this guy.
Well, I wanted to move up 1 space towards the guy above, if that's possible. I don't know if that would work.
Yeah,
but...
you should be able to if you were here, because you can move through allies. So
like there.
Yeah, 1 and then up to wait. So 1, 2, 3, 4. In addition is what they're saying. So yeah, okay. So if you move within 3 spaces of somebody and make an aux melee weapon attack, it'll lunge you at them extra. So if you can only move to here.
Okay.
But you're out of movement technically because you become engaged right here. But using that lunge, you can move up to 3, 1 more right here, ignoring engagement to be in range of both. So for this one, you can.
Okay. And would that mean I'm lunging against this guy?
If you want to move here, you'd have to lunge against this guy.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I'll do that then.
Sweet.
And so it's using an auxiliary. I have my tactical knife I'll use. So do I just roll for that?
Yep, you can either do that drop down or you can click it in your loadout inventory. Where there's a little dice in there. Make sure you have him targeted.
Yeah, I just did that. Okay, and then it is my...
For 2 kinetic.
Okay. So then, because this counts as barraging, correct? Or is that also separate?
You can attack with 2 slots under barrage. So you've used 1.
Okay.
Go ahead and
Yeah.
use another.
So with my other, I'm going to use my...
Actually, you might be able to do... I think you can actually do 3 with this. If you look in the quick reference and you go to the barrage here... Or I guess not the quick reference, the full reference here. Movement, jumping, attacks. Looking for the barrage thing here. Because if you have 2 aux weapons on this slot. So when you attack with your... Where is it here?
It says attack with 2 weapons or a single super heavy.
Under barrage?
Yeah, for under the quick combat.
Yeah, I'm looking for the full readout here. Actions, end of turn, next action. Oh, that's why it wasn't here. Okay. These are quick actions. These are Full actions, yep. A barrage, choose your weapons. You can attack with 2 weapons or 1 super heavy weapon. In addition to your primary attacks, you may also attack with a different auxiliary weapon on each mount that was fired. So when you're attacking with a mount, it's mounts is like how weapons are treated. So those 2 aux weapons are on the same flex mount. So you can attack with both. Since you use the knife, you can also use the missile rack if you want.
But then I could still also attack with my other weapon?
Your main weapon, yes. Because the flex, if the flex was just another main weapon, you just fire that and your main tactical melee. But
could I also... Sorry.
Because you have 2 aux weapons on your flex, they're weaker weapons. They're not as big. So if you attack with one, it's saying because you're using a barrage for this, you get to use both on that slot because they're both on the same slot. They're both in that same mount because it's a flex mount, holds 2 aux weapons or 1 main. So
okay.
In addition to your primary attacks, you may also attack with a different aux weapon on each of the mounts that was fired. They don't deal bonus damage, but you can. So if you want, you can use your missile rack as part of the thing you just did to attack somebody. You don't have to. Okay. You can choose not to. And then you can use, additionally, you can fire with your main mount as well. Just to clear that up.
And so I can also use my heavy weapon after that.
No, you could either do your main or your heavy slot attack right now. You've used your flex.
No, sorry. I can do both the flexes and also my heavy is what I'm saying.
Both the flexes, you have 1 flex mount with 2 aux weapons on it. So you can fire both the auxes and a heavy, yes. You would not be able to fire your main, though, either. Sorry, I didn't scroll down. I forgot you had a heavy weapon on there.
That's the one to make sure I can still use my heavy if I did that.
So you can use your heavy, and you get to choose if you want to use a missile rack or not as well.
Okay, I guess I'll use it. And
just so you know, at ranged weapons at engagement range where you're at right now, because I should actually mark this down that you guys are all engaged. How cute. That joke's never going to get old.
Yep.
It's at difficulty, I believe. Or inaccuracy. If they're adjacent to you. Or I think if you're engaged at all.
They're difficult to use. Okay.
Yeah, I'll check that real quick. But
can I use it against this guy?
What's the range?
Or does it have to be the same person?
No, it doesn't have to be the same person. What's the
10.
10? Let me just look at engaged real quick.
Yep.
If a character moves a hostile character, ranged attacks made by an engaged character receive 1 difficulty. So it's against anybody. So you can choose anyone.
I can choose anyone?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if ranged weapons explicitly have disadvantage or difficulty against adjacent characters. I don't know if that's the case, but you have to be adjacent to be engaged. So if you shoot at anybody, you're going to have minus 1d6.
Oh, okay. If I shoot at anyone.
With the missile.
Okay.
Does that affect, because if she fires against the pyro's prone right now, so she'd have +1 accuracy too, wouldn't she?
Probably. Is prone for all attacks or just ranged?
Or it just says attacks against prone characters.
Yeah.
Or prone targets have +1 accuracy.
Yeah, so those would cancel out if you were to do that.
Okay. So I guess I'll go against him then.
Okay. I'm just looking at range here real quick.
Are the missiles splash?
No, they're probably not. Not a missile pod.
Do they know where they are?
Or missile rack.
Yeah.
Oh, is your missile rack an arcing weapon?
No,
it's not. So it shoots in a straight line. So you can shoot the pyro, but just so you know, you would not be able to shoot this Rainmaker down here.
Oh, that's fine.
Blocked by the wall. So yeah, if you want to shoot pyro point blank, go ahead and make a normal attack with it. No plus or minuses because...
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright. So that's going to be a hit on them for 4. Oh, okay. Interesting. Is that right? Hang on, I'm going to look at something real quick. I guess maybe it's quicker to ask somebody in chat. For armor, do you do a minimum 1 damage with people that have armor, or does it reduce to 0? Does it need to be more than that? Because that'll dictate something here real quick. Yeah, because this guy needs to have that. To 0. Okay. So this guy only takes that then. Oh wait, no, he already had that. Nothing earlier, so it's going to be 1. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so yeah, you fire a missile rack point blank at the pyro. Does some damage, but seems to be pretty well staved off even when it's prone.
Okay. So now, as my second part of my barrage, I'm going to attack with my heavy melee weapon at the other guy.
The assault right here.
Yeah.
All right. Make sure to. Yep.
Oof.
It's going to be a hit. He's going to react and hunker down, which I can post here. I need to figure out a way to script that in order to so that you can roll an attack to see if it hits, then you roll damage, kind of like we do in D&D. But he's going to half that damage as a resistance.
Okay.
And 7. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
As part of that, I'm going to use my backswing cut, which is when I hit with a heavy or super heavy, I can make another melee attack with the same weapon as a free action against a different character within threat and line of sight.
Okay.
And it deals half damage if successful.
So you can do half a attack swing against the pyro then.
So just do the same thing, heavy melee weapon.
Yep.
And it would be accurate.
Does it say
'Cause he's
accuracy?
prone?
Yes. Yeah, because the last one, the reason you didn't get the accuracy is because you were using a missile.
Okay.
Your
So
melee
no,
weapon
plus
built for
1.
this, yeah. So no, it is a +1. It is 1. Nice.
And then it says this attack deals half damage if successful.
Okay, so it's successful. It does 3. So you kind of jump over the wall. You land there. A missile pod shoots directly into the face of the pyro, while you're also like right hooking into the assault bot here. As you go for another left hook into the pyro, you meet the mech's body, but you feel like a significant pushback. The armor on this is really thick, and it doesn't deal damage on that attack.
All right. I think this. Is there anything else I can do after that? I think that's it, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe you have a reaction still for the round, but yeah.
Okay.
All right, we'll go back to combat tracker here. And we will go to, let's say, this assault over here. It's going to fly over here. Going to take a shot at Strider with their heavy assault rifle.
Bring it.
I don't think there's any cover benefit for either of you right now.
Yeah.
12 will hit, or 13 will hit for 6 kinetic.
Oof.
That is a rough roll.
Why did it move?
Oh, did I accidentally click you? Sorry.
Maybe.
Move yourself back to wherever you were.
It goes right here.
Yeah.
It's fine. That's what structure's for.
Built different.
All right, that'll end its turn. Who does Scourge nominate to go next?
Anyone want to go?
Steven, do you have a good shot with your mortar?
I could get the 2 guys around Scourge, I think. Let me see.
I think as much AoE damage as we can do, probably the better, right?
You'd have to move yourself up in the air in order to get that shot, which you can do because all movement is considered flying in 0G. But I will say this: I don't think there's an official mechanic for this. But you're going to fire the anti-material rifle while you're floating in space with no EVA or burst system.
I'm looking at the mortar, not the anti-material.
Gotcha.
That one's the arcing one.
I think mortar's arcing, right?
It is, yeah.
How do they arc in 0G?
Just change the firing angle. Yeah.
Very carefully.
I curve the shot, you know.
Curve the bullet.
Turn it very quickly.
Yeah, what is that? Wanted? Is that the movie?
I think so.
Watch
yeah.
that. That's a terrible movie.
It's so
It's
awful.
so bad. I had never watched it before.
They
It's
even
so
made a
bad.
video game on it, and it's awful too.
Jesus. Yeah, not good. Apologies to anybody that likes that movie.
Nah, fuck you.
But yeah, if you're picking me, I can go next and try that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, let me activate you here. There you go.
All right, so with that weapon, I should be able to just take 1 step forward and make that shot from there then.
If it's arcing, yeah. I mean, it's...
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to do that to start with. I'm going to target right there behind the 2 of them.
Gotcha. So that's going to be a blast area. Yep, just around like this. You know what you're doing.
Oh, and can I use the hyperspec fuel injector? That's free, right?
It's a protocol at the beginning of your turn that you have to use it. So before you do anything else.
Oh, okay. I'll just do that next time then.
And just so you know, it's once per mission.
Gotcha.
I like the oof and the fuck yeah sides of your dice. Looks like both are a hit. And it does 4 explosive as the assault takes a good brunt of that. Yet still, the pyro next to it manages to shrug it off. Or no, this one has... No, it takes a little bit. Okay, never mind.
What if it has like explosive resistance or something?
This will be from the armor rating. You can see that on the class that was in there. Basically, when damage is rolled, all the damage gets brought down by the armor amount, and it can go to 0.
Gotcha.
Not like a XCOM situation where they still take 1.
Yeah.
So, all right, those 2 have been damaged. That doesn't move them at all, does it?
I don't think so.
Gotcha.
To make for a good XCOM style game.
It would. All right. So you've shot with your flex.
All right, and then I'm going to use the last 3 movements, and I'll just go. Let's see. Go back up this way so I can get line of sight on the other guy that's in the radiator zone.
Right here, you'd have to go up. Do you have an EVA or a boost system?
Oh, I can't like peek over.
Unless you use another arcing weapon.
No, I just have the assault rifle.
No, because it's a size 2 wall.
Okay. I don't think there's a way for me to. Because I was here. Let's be 1, 2. If I stopped right here and went up, would I still have line of sight? Or would that
If you
be
stopped there,
blocked?
yeah. If you minus 1 from your last move, and then moved up 1, yes. Since you can fly in this, so you're basically just like mag clamping to the wall and walking up.
Okay, so I have line of sight with him in this position.
Yes, you would. He would have soft cover because of this wall kind of half obscuring him. But yes, you have line of sight.
Okay, we'll do that then.
All right. So you had 1 difficulty of the shot with cover. Or should give you a cover option for soft. And since you're clamped to the wall, I won't make you shoot backwards if you fire the big boy gun. I'll come up with something for that. I feel like that might be fun, though. The few times that space combat will happen. That one will miss, unfortunately. You're shooting with the assault rifle. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yep, so you're kind of clamped to the side of this wall, and as you fire the assault rifle, it's kind of hard at this angle to get a perfect shot at him, and it lands in this larger wall on the side of the ship, missing him. Anything else? I don't think so, right?
I think that's all I got.
All right. We will go to... What do we have left here? I think this Pyro is going to go now. The one next to Scourge. It's going to burn their movement to stand up. And is going to use... Flamethrower. And a cone 5.
Can I use a reaction
Yeah, what's your reaction?
to brace? Is that how that works?
Yeah, I think brace. If I go to the quick ref here.
Wait, never mind.
Yeah, it gives you resistance, I think, at the
But
cost of some
next
stuff.
turn's actions, not. Never mind.
Let me look here real quick. The reaction brace. All other attacks. Let's see. Resistance to all damage, burn and heat, until the end of your next turn. All other attacks against you are made at +1 difficulty. Due to the stress, you can not take reaction until the end of your next turn. On that turn, you can only make 1 quick action. You cannot overcharge. Also, don't forget about overcharge, guys. If you want to take an extra quick action on your turn, just soak up 2 heat. I think it's 2 heat.
So next turn, I'd only be able to do 1 quick action if I did this?
If you did that, yeah. Also, it's 1 heat, not 2 heat, if you overcharge.
Okay.
The first one's 1 heat, then it's 1d3, 1d6.
Yeah, then it gets acceleratingly bad. The first time is the 1.
I'm gonna not brace then.
Okay. So a cone 5. Actually, they're going to. Well, they use their movement, so they can't. What is this here? Oh, okay, interesting. Size 5, actually, I think they're gonna do this. Let me measure something. Okay, so like that. I should create a template for this probably at some point. Looking for targeting cone shape here. Affects characters with a cone X spaces long and X spaces wide as its furthest point. Oh, I see. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 5 wide at that point. So they're going to spray it just directly here, and this wall is going to protect Tailwind from most of it.
Most of it?
or all of it. I mean, it's size
There you
2.
go.
Yeah. So let's do that. Let's make sure they're targeted. You're untargeted over here. We're going to go use this just against Scourge, because the cone basically is like going to spray up and against this wall, like fly up into space. The fire in this situation being burned in these small spheres as they pour out, because there's no gravity to have the flames rise upward. I think since you're engaged, this is a ranged weapon. Let me check this real quick. Ranged attacks, yep. So it's going to be a one difficulty here.
Ooh.
It'll miss, though. So that d6 makes it a miss. As the fire in front of you, it doesn't actually like not hit you, but you manage to put the gauntlets up in front of you, and all the fire blows around the outside of the mech. They heat a little bit, but they're built for combat, so does not hit you, and it looks like it doesn't create anything on the ground. At the end of the pyro's turn, they create a line 4 energy damage shield, 4 spaces high. And free spaces with on. Okay, I see. So they're gonna do this. I'm gonna create a break shield. Oh, that's a cone. Hang on. Like that. That is a fire break shield that they have just erected behind them.
It gives them cover.
It gives them soft cover, benefiting from the cover. Yeah, provide soft cover, does not block line of sight. When an attack is made against a character benefiting from the cover, it misses on a 4+ on 1d6. What the hell does that mean? Doesn't block line of sight, but provides soft cover. When an attack is made against a character benefiting from it, it misses on a 4 or higher on 1d6. Okay, that doesn't really read well to me, but they put that up. That's their turn. They're also no longer prone. I think we just had Toolbox go, so who is going next? You get to pick. Toolbox?
Steven.
Sorry, what?
You get to pick who goes next.
Oh, sorry.
You're good.
Who do we have?
Me and Dean are the only ones left.
Any preference?
Tailwind can go.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
All right.
All right. I can use a quick action before I move, right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. My second question is, if I put a turret on this space here,
Uh-huh.
can it shoot over the walls?
If you put it on the top.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
So like it would, but could it shoot like? I guess it's stupid. Could it shoot in here or no? does that
Against
work?
that, the enemy probably would have probably harder soft cover. They would still be
Yeah,
line of
okay.
sight, I believe.
Okay.
I think.
All right. I'm going to put a turret right here. Right there.
All right. That is your deployable turret thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and post that so it takes a charge.
Yep. All right. Hang on.
The turret drone, right?
Yeah. Nope. Wrong one. Oops. All right. Why won't it post it?
Sorry, hang on. Having issues there.
There you go. So yep, now you got 2 uses of your turret drones left.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
And he's right there. Okay.
So that's a quick action to do that.
Yep, and then I'm going to move over the wall.
Do you have an EVA or a flight system?
No.
Okay, so
I need to change mine to +5.
So it's going to be so it's a 2.
It's just an extra 1 move, right?
That's how we've been.
Because that would be 4.
Yeah,
that
in
would
the
be
future
4.
I need to make it better, but yeah, it's difficult terrain right now. A true 2 height wall in the future would require that you go up 2 and then down 2 to get over. So 1, 2, 3, 4 there.
Right, like that.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I'm going to shoot at this man with my assault rifle.
The one right here, this assault.
There's nothing, no bonuses, right, or anything like that. I don't think.
He's not benefiting from cover. You're just using the assault rifle. Yeah, I don't see anything in your talents that would allow benefit. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a hit with 6, and he can't brace because I think he already did. So he's going to take 6 from that, minus the armor. All right.
Okay. That's all I have.
That's it.
Yeah, I can't do anything else.
It's going to bring us to this Rainmaker here.
That's illegal.
Who is 3 spaces in the line of sight, 20 range. This is a quick action as well. Okay. So what the Rainmaker's gonna do first is move here with its movement, so that's gone. And then it's going to fire up some javelin rockets as a quick action, it looks like. And it's going to pick 3 free spaces within line of sight and range, not adjacent to each other. All characters know which spaces have been chosen. Auto-targeting rockets in the air. The next time a hostile character moves through, starts their turn in or passes above one of the chosen spaces, no more than 10 spaces up. They are hit by a rocket, taking damage. So they're going to do this.
We get to know that?
Yeah, I'm
or...
going to mark them down here for you. So there's going to be 1 here. There's going to be 1 here. Nope, that's not the right space. Here. There's going to be 1 here.
Okay.
Those are all the... So if you guys move through those before this thing is dead, you'll take kinetic damage from them. And so that's their quick action, and then they're going to use quick action to fire on Strider. Because there's no line of sight to Indigo yet. You'll get soft cover. Is this arcing? It is arcing, so it ignores that cover between you. So target you. Missile pod. Alright. Solid miss, but with reliable 2, one of the missiles manages to clip you and hit for 2 damage.
What does it mean when it says reliable 2/3/3?
So NPCs are set into tiers. So as you guys level up, I can use the same NPC templates to just go to tier 2 of that, and it changes the stats across the
Gotcha.
board. So,
Wait, doesn't reliable mean they still have to hit?
do they
He
still have
did.
to hit? Or does reliable just mean if they...
The reliable's
I
like a
think you're-
minimum damage.
I was pretty sure that it's even if you miss.
Let's
Okay.
look.
I'm wondering that too because I had
Nice.
reliable 2 on my assault rifle earlier. I don't think we did
Oh,
damage
okay.
with that.
Even if it misses the target or rolls less damage, it applies damage. So you have a what reliable on your assault rifle?
I have reliable 2.
Okay, so he takes an extra damage with his
Ah,
armor. So
neat.
there you go. I added that. And yeah, the 2 reliable hit on you, Strider.
I already took it.
Yeah, he's 6 and 2. He's down to 2 health.
Because it missed, you are not knocked back from the weapon. Because it has knockback.
It sucked to get knocked back into that missile.
All right.
Well, you would have been knocked back into the CZ,
Right.
which actually would have been beneficial to you.
I thought knockback can push you in any direction the
Is it any
issuer
direction?
wants.
I thought it was the
pretty
direction
sure.
of the hit.
But it was any direction they choose, or is that just something with, like,
Directly away from the point of origin.
gotcha?
Yep. Some of the hacking systems let you move people as you wish. All right, so that was his other quick actions. That's it for him. Indigo, you are up.
All right.
You should probably go help Derek.
I'm gonna go trounce this little bastard down here
Bastard.
because I
That'll
can only
work.
move.
No, yeah,
Yeah.
that works.
So 1,
Just give him
2,
support over
3,
there.
4. So I'll move there. Oop. So 1, 2, and
Nice.
I will barrage and target him.
Give him the beans.
Oh, he's getting the beans. Let's see here. So
Victor Lima.
we use handshake etiquette to give me accurate with my shotgun.
Yep.
So we'll start with that.
That threat. That shotgun threat.
Oh yeah.
That'll hit for one.
Amazing.
It shrugs off the hit.
Lovely. Lovely. All right, and then I'll just
So
shoot him
in
with
that
my.
case, it's because when you fire, the lack of air resistance, the pellets just go like out really far.
I'll use the assault rifle for the second part of the barrage,
Okay.
and that would not be accurate because it's not a CQB weapon.
So for 2 reliable damage. Because it's a miss.
Yep,
All right.
and I believe that would be it.
Okay. With that, we will take the rest of the NPC turns here. This assault next to Scourge is going to go. They're going to use a combat knife as a quick action. Let's see. Against... Oh, interesting. They are going to... Yes, they're going to target Scourge here with a knife. Untarget this guy here. They also get rank discipline because they are adjacent to one allied character with the mech tag. And they're going to make an attack with that. So they get +1 accuracy. Roll it out. That's going to be a crit. And I believe is critical damage where you roll twice and pick the highest? Who was in here before? Hang on. Critical hits. All damage dice are rolled twice, and the highest result from each damage is used. So when this was rolled, let's look at how that was rolled. How is it? Is it not showing me the... Oh, here we go. Click the 4. Oh, NPCs can't crit. Interesting.
NPCs can't crit?
That's what somebody's saying. Only if they have a trait to do more damage. Okay. I'll have to look into that. So, 4 kinetic damage from that. From the knife. And they're going to... That's going to be their... Actually, they're gonna be part of a barrage here. So that's weapon 1, and then they're going to turn and fire on Tailwind with the assault rifle with not disadvantage, inaccuracy, because he is engaged by Scourge. Which will be a miss. But it'll still do 2 reliable damage, so go ahead and apply 2 damage to yourself for that. That'll be his turn. Pyro here is going to go. He's going to move 1, 2, 3 here. What's their speed? Oh, their speed's 2. Never mind. They're going to move here. Not far enough. They're going to boost. It's going to target Toolbox with a cone of fire here. And untarget people again. Flamethrower has no cover between you, just standard attack. Which will be a hit. This is going to apply 3 burn damage to you. So, you remember how burn works?
I do not.
So, you take the 3, just from your health. And then on your sheet, there's a burn field under your stats. Mark that for 3.
Alright, I got 3 on burn.
Alright, and then I believe its burn is at your next turn. I may have to look in the damage section for next time. It will apply to you again if you don't clear it with an engineering check in the future. But I believe that's on your turn. And then we will come to the last mech here. This Rainmaker is going to move 1, 2. Oh, that's measurement. 1, 2, 3 here. And it's going to target Tailwind and Scourge. What's the range on this actually? Oh. It's going to target all 3 of you. Yep, with 1 to 3 characters at a time. So let me target you real quick. All right, I don't think any of you are going to benefit from cover from this. So it should just be an open roll. Two misses and a hit. 1 hit on Red Falcon for 4 explosive damage, as the other 2 managed to dodge out of the way, but you still take a reliable 2. So Scourge and Tailwind, go ahead and mark off 2 on yours. All marked off. All right. That'll be the end of the round. Looking at the control zones right now, the NPCs will get 1 point, and the rest are unclaimed for the first round. So we'll start with 1-0 NPCs. Apparently, Tailwind is saying that. Selected. and yeah, so I know we have some hard stops for a few folks right now. So I think what we'll do is for the next session, we'll resume in this combat, resolve it, and go on to find out more about who these pilots are, why they're here, and if the squad can stop them from messing with the Sequoia's radiators. Sound good?
All right.
All right, yeah.
Sweet.